Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this public hearing of the New York City Rent Guidelines Board, and thank you all for attending. This is the last of 4 public hearings to consider comments concerning proposed rent adjustments for leases for apartments, lofts, hotels, and other housing units subject to the Rent Stabilization Law of 1969 and the Emergency Tenant Protection Act of 1974. These adjustments will affect leases commencing between October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027. I will now take roll call. Please respond if present. Arpit Gupta.
Present.
Brendan Mancia. Lauren Melodia.
Present.
Sagar Sharma.
Here.
Sina Sinai. Christina Smith.
Here.
Adon Soltran.
Present.
Maxim Nguyen. And Chantella Mitchell. I'm present. Let the record show that we do have a quorum. We also accept comments on the proposed guidelines outside of our public hearings. You can submit written, audio, and video comments for the board to review through today, June 16th. Instructions on how to submit these comments will be available on the board's website, by email at ask@rgb.nyc.gov, or by calling the RGB. Our final vote on the guidelines will take place on Thursday, June 25th, starting at 7 p.m. at El Museo del Barrio, 1230 5th Avenue at 104th Street in Manhattan. Doors open at 6 p.m. The public may attend in person or may watch the vote live by streaming it on the RGB's YouTube channel. To find out how, visit the RGB website, call the RGB at 212-669-7480 between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Before we proceed, I would like to go over the rules and procedures for those who are testifying before the board. If you wish to speak, you must confirm with RGB staff at the registration table located near the entrance of the hall. And that is, even if you pre-registered, please make sure you've signed up with the staff. Speakers will not be called if they have not checked in at the registration table. There are Spanish interpreters here today. When registering to speak, please notify the staff if you would like an interpreter. Can everybody hear me? Okay. I will try to call several names in advance to let you know that you will soon be called on to speak. If you have materials that you'd like to distribute to the board, please give them to the RGB staff sitting at the sign-in table near the entrance. I will attempt to alternate speakers between tenants and owners, but this is not always possible. Board members may need to briefly step away from the table during the hearing to use the restroom or to take an urgent phone call. We will keep the meeting moving given the time constraints because we're eager to hear from all of you. In order to accommodate as many speakers as possible, each speaker will have 2 minutes to give their testimony. An additional 2 minutes of speaking time will be given to those speakers who are using interpretation services. To help speakers keep track of time, we do have a clock, and we will start the clock when you begin speaking. The clock will beep once when the speaker has 30 seconds left. We'll continue beeping when the allotted 2 minutes are up. If you are still speaking at the end of your 2 minutes, I will politely ask you to wrap up your testimony. We expect many speakers tonight, and the board wants to hear from as many of you as possible in the limited time that we have for the hearing. We understand that it may be difficult to say everything that you want for us to hear in just 2 minutes, but please understand that it is our responsibility to try to make sure that everyone who's taken the time to come out today has a fair opportunity to be heard. Thank you for your cooperation, and the board is looking forward to hearing your comments regarding the proposed rent adjustment guidelines, and I will now turn it over for translation.
Muy buenas tardes. Me gustaría darles la bienvenida a esta audiencia pública de la Junta de Normas de Alquiler de Nueva York. Esta será la última de las 4 audiencias públicas que tomarán en consideración sus comentarios sobre los ajustes de alquiler propuestos para la renovación de contratos de alquiler de apartamentos, altillos, hoteles y otras unidades de vivienda sujetos a la Ley de Estabilización de Alquileres de 1969 y la Ley de Urgencia de Protección de Inquilinos del 1974. Estos ajustes afectarán la renovación de contratos de alquiler a partir del 1 de octubre de 2026 hasta el 30 de septiembre de 2027. Ahora pasaré lista. Por favor, responda si está presente. Arpit Gupta, presente. Brendan Mancia, presente. Lauren Melodia, presente. Sagar Sharma, presente. Sina Sinai, presente. Christina Smith, presente. Adán Soltren presente, Máximo presente y Chantela Mechó presente. Que conste en actas que hemos logrado un quórum. También recibiremos comentarios sobre las normas propuestas fuera de nuestras audiencias públicas. Pueden presentar comentarios por escrito, audio o vídeo a la Junta el día de hoy, 16 de junio. Y las instrucciones para presentar estos comentarios estarán disponibles en el sitio web de la Junta en nyc.gov/RGB y por correo electrónico a ask@rgb.nycgov o al llamar a la Junta RGB al 212-669-7480. Nuestra votación final sobre las normas se llevará a cabo el jueves 25 de junio a partir de las 7 de la tarde en el Museo del Barrio, en el 1230 de la Quinta Avenida, en la calle 104 de Manhattan. Las puertas se abrirán a las 6 de la tarde. Si no pueden asistir en persona, se podrá seguir la votación a través de la transmisión en directo en el canal de YouTube de la RGB. Para informarse de cómo hacerlo, nuevamente visiten la página web del RGB, NYC/GOV/RGB o llamen al RGB al 212-669-7480 entre las 9 de la mañana y las 5 de la tarde. Antes de continuar con los testimonios hoy, me gustaría repasar las normas y procedimientos para quienes declaren ante la Junta. Si desean declarar, deberán confirmar su presencia con el personal de la RGB que se encuentra en la entrada, en la mesa de inscripción, situada cerca de este salón. No se llamarán a aquellos que no se hayan inscrito con el personal de la mesa de inscripción. Habrá intérpretes de español y cuando se inscriban para declarar, por favor notifíquenle al personal si desean intérprete. Intentaré anunciar varios nombres con antelación para que sepan que pronto se les llamará para declarar. Si tienen material que desean distribuirle a la Junta, deben entregárselo al personal de la RGB que se encuentra en la mesa de inscripción cerca de la entrada. Intentaré alternar entre inquilinos y propietarios para que ambos puedan declarar, pero esto no siempre será posible. Es posible que los miembros de la Junta requieran ausentarse brevemente de la mesa durante una audiencia para ir al baño o atender una llamada urgente. Dadas las limitaciones de tiempo, continuaremos con el transcurso de la reunión. Estamos ansiosos por conocer sus opiniones y para darle cabida al mayor número posible de declarantes esta noche, cada uno dispondrá de 2 minutos para declarar. Se concederán 2 minutos adicionales a los declarantes que utilicen servicios de interpretación. Y para ayudar a los declarantes a controlar su tiempo, dispondremos de un temporizador que verán en tarima. Lo pondremos en marcha una vez que los declarantes empiecen a dar su testimonio. El temporizador sonará una vez que a los declarantes les queden 30 segundos y este seguirá sonando cuando se hayan agotado los 2 minutos asignados, o 4 para los que necesiten interpretación. Si los declarantes siguen hablando después de los 2 o 4 minutos, les pediremos que concluyan rápidamente su declaración. Esperamos que haya muchos declarantes entre ustedes y la Junta desea escuchar al mayor número posible en el tiempo limitado.
We will have New York City Council Member Harvey Epstein, followed by Christopher Natoli, followed by Monique Dana.
Hi, everyone. How you all doing? How feeling out here? So for folks who don't know me, my name is Harvey Epstein. I sat on the Rent Guidelines Board for 5 years as a tenant representative. I was an assembly member before I got elected to the council. And, prior to that, I was a tenants lawyer. I have a long history in movement work and really here to talk about the needs that low-income tenants have for our rent freeze. There's a long history of looking at the cost of living in New Yorkers and seeing that 50% of tenants are paying more than 30% of their income on rent. We see about a third of tenants are paying more than 50% of their income towards rent. We see eviction numbers going up across the board, across our city, and we are living through a housing crisis. Once that person is kicked out of their rent-stabilized apartment, their lives fall apart. And we've seen it happen when I represented tenants in housing court to try to prevent evictions, when I was an assembly member and changed the law in 2019 to protect tenants, and we see it today. And evictions continue to go up today. So along with 22 of my colleagues, we are submitting a letter today to the Rent Guidelines Board asking you to encourage you to demand that you do a 1- and 2-year rent freeze for the tenants of New York City. You know, I was proud to be a part of the first rent freeze ever in New York City when we were able to get the 1-year rent freeze. We have an opportunity to have this historic moment to support what Mayor Mamdani is talking about, the affordability crisis, to do a 1- and 2-year rent freeze. It is the opportunity that New Yorkers need. I can't tell you how many times in my district where I represent 170,000 people who talk about not being able to afford to continue to live in their neighborhood. Can't tell you how many times I've walked across in my neighborhood and heard the crisis that we have of affordability. You have an opportunity to help 2.5 million people. I hope and demand that you do the right thing for all of New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Christopher?
Hi. Good evening. My name is Christopher Natoli, and I work as a tenant organizer. In my work, I've been to hundreds of rent-stabilized buildings in Upper Manhattan and South Brooklyn, and I've spoken with countless tenants over the years. I've seen inside lots of apartments and heard about their struggles to get repairs, about legal struggles with their landlord, and about struggles to pay rent. I'm here to demand a rent rollback. In other words, a rent reduction. I know that the preliminary ranges you voted for are 0 to 2% and 0 to 4%, which don't include negative adjustments. But you should be aware, I know many of you are new on the board, you should be aware that these ranges are not legally binding. Also be aware that you could re-vote on the ranges, which the board did last year. So a rollback is still legally possible, and I think it's necessary in order to address the affordability crisis tenants are living in. Tonight, you'll hear many stories from tenants across the borough about how they're struggling to pay rent. In past years, I've heard all sorts of people, from immigrant workers to nurses to teachers to veterans. Maybe you've heard many of these people in the past hearings this month, all struggling to make ends meet. Many people work multiple jobs. As a result, parents don't even get home in time to say goodnight to their kids. Older siblings have to take care of younger siblings. Seniors are forced to cut back on groceries. As you listen to tenants' testimonies, ask yourself, will a rent freeze help their situation? Or will it only keep things the same? What will actually help the tenant situation? A rent freeze or a rent rollback? I'm going to ask you to write this question at the top of your notebooks or your notepads. So you can ask yourself after every tenant testimony, what will actually help this tenant situation? A rent freeze or a rent rollback? I sincerely would like you to write this at the top of your notepad so you can think about it every time a tenant testifies about how hard it is to make ends meet.
Thank you, Christopher.
What will actually help this tenant situation, a rent freeze or a rent rollback? Thank you. Thanks.
Next, I will welcome Monique Dana, followed by Kathleen Kelly and Adrian Milton. Please make your way to the microphones. Monique Dana, followed by Kathleen Kelly and Adrian Milton.
Good evening. We keep hearing the same words, affordability, stability, and housing justice. And owners want the same things tenant wants. But how can a housing system be called stable when operating costs rise faster than rents year after year after year? Affordability isn't a slogan, it's a balance sheet. Good evening, Chair and members of the Rent Guidelines Board. My name is Monique. I'm a small property owner, and I'm speaking for small property owners across New York City. Every year, your board puts together the PIOC, compiling actual operating costs from buildings across New York. I pulled the last 10 years of reports. Annually, costs have gone up 5 to 6% every year, compounded to 64% over the last decade, and rents have gone up 18 to 31%. While that is significant, it's not enough to cover our rising costs. Everybody wants an affordable New York, but I don't know how I'm supposed to pay my costs when my rents can't keep up with expenses. These are costs, and the expenses are taxes, insurance, utilities, labor, and maintenance. They're not my choice. They're required costs necessary to keep housing safe. For this year, your study shows costs going up 5.3%, and you've preliminarily voted on 0 to 4%, and everybody, all the tenants are asking for freezes and rollbacks. I understand that, but again, I need to pay my bills, and I need at least, my costs have gone up more than 5.3%. My real estate taxes alone, which are my largest single expense, have gone up 8% this year and the last several years. My insurance went up 28%. So again, I ask, how are the owners supposed to pay these rising costs when rents don't go up to keep pace? So I implore the Rent Guidelines Board to please institute a 2% and a 4% increase as you've possibly proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is Kathleen here? Kathleen Kelly?
Yeah.
Thank you, Kathleen, when you're ready.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm just going to quick run through the stats that you've heard already that are from the RGB themselves. Sorry. Between 2023 and 2024, the NOI, revenue remaining after operating costs are paid, increased 6.2% for buildings containing rent-stabilized units. After adjusting for inflation, NOI rose 2.2%. Rental income increased an average of 4.8%, totaling income grew an average of 4.9%, and operating costs rose an average of 4.2% between 23 and 24. Rents went up 12% during the Eric Adams administration, and this amount compounds. Former RGB Executive Director Timothy Collins has shown that rent increases authorized over time have gone beyond what was needed to keep landlords whole. His analysis, since 1999, RGB approved increases were over 30% higher than what would have been required to cover operating costs and maintain inflation-adjusted NOI. These increases compounded over time, driving enormous increases in rent. As a New York City hospital social worker, I focused on treating patients and their families' trauma, advocating for patients that lived in most often substandard housing and NYCHA apartments in need of repair. I also had to advocate for seniors, families, and the disabled whose landlords were trying to force them out of their rent-stabilized apartments. The ACE study, Adverse Childhood Experiences, is a longitudinal and quantitative research project demonstrating that unstable and safe housing and homelessness indicate significant exposure to toxic stress from adverse events such as abuse, neglect, or household dysfunction, and children are more likely to experience chronic health conditions, lack of access to education, mental health problems, and frequent medical or emergency care use. As a DC 37 union member, I was also at the City Hospital there for my fellow union members who had come to work each day to maintain the facility and provide support for the patients.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Many were homeless themselves. I'm asking not just for a 0% increase in 1 and 2 year leases, but based on the statistics, to look at a rollback.
Thank you,
in
Kathleen.
rents.
Adrian Milton. After Adrian, we'll have Gabriela Azevedo, B. Quilin, and Ann Greenberg. Please make your way toward the microphones.
Hi, my name is Adrian Milton. I own a small rooming house on East 3rd Street in the East Village. We have not had a rent increase in 17 years. In that time, my insurance has gone from $8,000 to $23,000. The taxes gone from $6,000 to $24,000. And there are many other increases in fuel and all of that. I'm at the point where now, and rents range in that building from $357 a month to $518, and both of them in between somewhere. It's untenable at this point. If I have to sell, somebody's going to buy it, turn it into a townhouse, and 12 people will lose their home. So I think in fairness, we should get an increase to make up for all the time we haven't had an increase. And the reason the insurance is so high is the insurance company says, oh, rooming houses only contain sort of unseedy people, and there's more danger of fire and all of that. Every one of my building works. 3 of them make very large amounts of money. And I don't resent that, but I'm saying they're capable, and all the others are also capable of some sort of increase. And I know that there's a difference between small landlords and large landlords. My landlord owns 80 buildings. I'm rent stabilized, but the apartment next to me, which is smaller, just went for $6,000. So I know he's not hurting, but I am. Most small landlords are hurting very badly. So I would hope that the board would take all of this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriela Azevedo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriella. I've lived in rent-stabilized apartments in Brooklyn for most of my life. My mom, an immigrant from Brazil, still lives in the same rent-stabilized apartment in Park Slope where I was born. Because of that apartment, I was able to attend great schools and grow up surrounded by parks and libraries, even as my parents struggled to make ends meet. Today, she continues to work as a preschool teacher at an excellent local school. I now live in a rent-stabilized apartment in Crown Heights with my partner and 2 roommates, an apartment that is somehow priced at near market rate. The relative affordability and stability of these apartments have made it possible for me as a first-generation working artist with student loans to build a life in this incredible city where I was raised. And yet, even with these protections, rents continue to rise beyond what working-class people and artists without trust funds can afford. While I'm grateful for my housing, I don't understand how the rent for our stabilized apartment got this high, especially given no capital improvements have been made to the building. That said, our apartment's rental history has a few murky gaps that I don't have the time, money, or energy to look into, so every month we pay what we're charged. For the record, I pay more than 50% of my income, well over it. An additional rent increase this year would be devastating, especially given the neglected state of the apartment and the building. Our building is owned by Seth Miller, a mainstay on the Public Advocate's worst landlords list who owes over $2 million in fines to our city. There are repeated issues with trash accumulation, pests, rats, unsolved leaks, and many more. Many of my neighbors have been forced into rent strikes. I know I'm not alone in this situation as a tenant. Even with regulation, our rent has consistently gone up by nearly $100 each year. Rolling rent back would allow rent stabilization to serve its original purpose in a city facing ongoing housing and affordability crisis. I want to be able to stay in the city and borough where I was born, to make art here, to work here, and continue to build community. For the sake of young artists and working families who make this city the incomparable cultural center that it is, I urge you to enact a rent rollback this cycle. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I will now welcome B. Qui Lin. And apologies if I mispronounce any names. I'll look forward to hearing the correct pronunciation when you come up. Is B. Qui Lin here, followed by Ann Greenberg, and then Ethan Gusso. Go ahead, Ann, when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Ann Greenberg. I'm a senior citizen living in Peter Cooper Village, and I'm on the board of the Stuyvesant Town Peter Cooper Village Tenants Association. This is at least my 13th year testifying, so maybe I'll get lucky, and maybe all tenants will get lucky. You have made this an historic moment, although you squandered the opportunity to make it more momentous by voting for a rollback. You may regret that after hearing from tenants. But never before has a rent freeze for both 1- and 2-year leases been on the table. It's overdue, and millions of tenants deserve it. We are the majority of the city. So what's indisputable? My neighbor, Kathy Kelly, quoted you some statistics, your statistics. I was going to quote them. I won't repeat them. But NOI, they're doing okay. 12% increase from Mayor Adams. Big deal. And every tenant here feels that pain. Tim Collins, for years, has been saying that landlords have been more than made whole. And I'll just bring up the issue of MCIs. The ones from before 2019 especially continue to inflate our rents. I have a $120 a month MCI in my rent forever. And the later MCIs will outlive me because I'm not going to live another 30 years. What you decide to do will make or break millions of lives. All of you have accepted that responsibility by being on the board. So I call on you to hear the voices of the embattled tenants, to do the right thing, to do the historic thing, freeze the rent for 1- and 2-year leases, but better yet, reconsider and roll the rent back. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethan Gusso, followed by Cynthia Allen, Jenny Arthur, and Andy Hum. Oh, can you hear me now? Is Ethan Gusso here?
Hi, Ethan Gusso. Nobody is denying that people are hurting and that affordability is a major issue, but that includes small landlords as well. You know, costs are going up and rents have not come close to covering those costs. I mean, if we're going to talk about a rent rollback, why isn't there a real estate tax rollback? Why doesn't the state subsidize rents? I mean, if we're talking about all these ideas, landlords are part of the community too, and they need to have the ability to, you know, make repairs, keep the buildings in order, and make some small profit. So all I want to say is that as there are many stories out there, and I understand and I'm very sympathetic, but landlords are part of this community too, and they need to be taken care of and not be ignored. So I think there needs to be 2% and 4% increases.
Thank you. Cynthia Allen, followed by Jenny Arthur, followed by Andy Hum. And if you're able, please line up at the microphone or make your way near the microphone. Cynthia,
Yes.
when you're ready.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cynthia Allen, and I'm a member of Tenants and Neighbors. And I've lived at Riverton Square, which is in Harlem, for 30 years. And my landlord, unfortunately, is A&E. Like over half of New Yorkers, I find myself to be rent burdened. I pay 60% of my income on rent. And because I spend so much on rent, I'm having difficulties affording my diabetes medications as well as the supplies. If you freeze the rent, my rent will still be unaffordable, which is why I'm asking for a rent rollback. A&E currently has over 100 C-class violations, which is due to them failing to maintain the property. Where we are. When they purchased the property 21 years ago, they got a 30-year tax break. And I see that that has allowed them to purchase other properties. And just last year, they purchased a property for $116 million, which is actually on East 87th Street. So while they're doing that, the Riverton is getting worse and worse. At one point, Riverton was considered the pearl of Harlem. Now we are considered the ragtag of Harlem. So they constantly tell us that they don't have money, but they do. They're now having the workers come out of their pockets to purchase supplies to try to upkeep the property. So right now,
Thank you, Cynthia.
I disagree with A&E. They do not deserve an increase.
Thank you. Jenny? Is Jenny Arthur here?
That's me.
When you're ready.
Hi, my name is Jenny Arthur, and I've been thinking for the past week, like, how do I plan? What am I writing down about why I can't afford my rent? I can't afford it. My rent has gone up $300 since I moved there in 2019. My career ended in COVID. All of my bills have increased. I have a one-bedroom, so I can't get a roommate. I have very few options. I have no savings. I don't have health care. And I was thinking, what was one thing I could say if I didn't spend over 50% of my income on rent is I could participate in the local economy. Like, I cannot afford to go out to eat. I can't afford to buy anything. I have 3 rescue animals that I have to pay for. So it's just, I can't think of any other reasons other than it's completely unaffordable and it just isn't working. And please, at least freeze the rent.
Thank you. Andy Hum.
I'm Andy Hum, representing tenants in 1,000 apartments in London Terrace Gardens in Chelsea. I'm here to oppose a rent freeze. We demand a rent rollback now. All the public officials who are going to come here for a rent freeze were here last year and the last 4 years arguing for freezes, and all we got was increases. So the thing to do, if you object to those increases, is roll back those Eric Adams increases. The mayor of New York, the city of New York, controls very little in the affordability agenda. Property taxes and this. Those are the two ways a mayor has a chance to institute affordability. Everything else has to go through Albany. You've got a tremendous opportunity here. Since 1969, you've never done a rollback. Never. Kingston, New York did a 15% rollback, and it was upheld by the Court of Appeals. So what are you waiting for? I'm 72 years old. My rent at London Terrace, stabilized, takes up 70% of my Social Security check. I have some other savings that I manage to live on, all right? Not a lot. I get by. I'm not able to save anything beyond that. But, if you don't do this, obviously, I was shocked when you put a range of 0 to 4. I mean, why didn't you do a range of like -2 to +2, and you could do the freeze in the middle if you were going to do it, but you should be doing a rollback. You're alarming us. And if Mayor Mamdani doesn't at least deliver on a freeze, he's finished.
Thank you, Andy. The next names I will welcome are Pablo Zevallos, Renzo Fabian Moyano Candia, Eugenie Dubnow, and Vivian Koo. Please make your way toward the microphones. That's Pablo Zevallos, Renzo Fabian Moyano Candia, Eugenie Dubnow, and Vivian Koo.
Sorry, who was I next?
If you're any of those four names, go ahead and if you let me know your name, we'll move to the next.
All right, I'm Pablo Zevallos.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening. As I mentioned, my name is Pablo Zevallos, and I am a tenants' rights attorney testifying in support of freezing the rent. New York City enacted rent stabilization to guard against what they called speculative and unwarranted rent increases amidst enduring inflation, an acute housing shortage, and proposed cuts to federal assistance in housing programs. Today, we need a rent freeze because while landlords are largely doing well, local inflation is accelerating, the housing shortage is more acute than ever, and the federal government is cutting housing assistance. Between 1990 and 2024, in buildings containing rent-stabilized units, landlords' inflation-adjusted rental income has increased by 38%, while costs have increased by 31%, facilitating a real net operating income increase of 57%. As has been mentioned before, Tim Collins, a former RGB executive director, mentioned that from 1990 to 2025, prior iterations of this board have approved increases that were 7% larger than what were needed to maintain inflation-adjusted NOI. In addition, between 2023 and 2024, NOI increased in 93% of the city's community districts, and the percentage of distressed buildings has declined again. Simply put, landlords' economic indicators neither warrant nor justify a rent increase this year. Meanwhile, many renter families in our city, as you've heard, continue to struggle. Inflation-adjusted average wages for workers in New York City have decreased since 2021, while inflation in our metro area has risen to 5%. Nearly 70% of the lowest income tenants and nearly 30% of all tenants pay a majority of their incomes in rent. Rental assistance is in short supply, particularly as the federal administration is cutting pandemic-era housing vouchers. And with only 1 in 150 apartments renting for under $2,400 being vacant, there is little chance of moving elsewhere.
Thank you for your testimony.
These tenants cannot afford an increase. In light of the diverging economic indicators of landlords and rent-burdened tenants, I urge this board to freeze the rent.
Thank you
very much.
Renzo?
Yes, hello. I'm a member of the Union of Pinnacle and Summit Tenants, as well as the Northern Manhattan Community Land Trust. Before anything, I want to say that the RGB structure needs to be reevaluated, updated. Why is there equal representation of tenant and landlord interest on the board when there are so many more tenant lives on the line in so many fundamental ways, while the other side is a small group that argues for increased profit margins? The current housing crisis is due to development done without the community that puts land in private outside hands, leading and feeding off displacement. It's also when the RGB keeps voting for rent increases or opting for that band-aid that is a rent freeze. This never-ending onslaught of affordability is displacing us New Yorkers from our own city. Our realities are directly opposed because while one side is in favor of for-profit housing, tenants know it to be an essential right and fight for community control and wish that for-profit owners, whether big or small, find another way to make a living that isn't inherently exploitative like housing is right now. I've been an Inwood resident since the age of 3, and the only reason that was a possibility is because it was affordable. And now it's one of the last, if not the last piece of the island that mostly still is. But we're losing land rapidly, and that is due in part to the decisions made by this board. My neighbors and I have endured Pinnacle Group as the building owners for years. Access to common areas were severed, an absentee super was installed through cronyism, and an absentee owner and manager that repeatedly rejected adding the necessary names to people's leases ended up displacing many families. Thanks to the Union of Pinnacle Tenants, we learned that we were one of 93 buildings being sold away through bankruptcy court because, and here's the kicker, our rent money, instead of going towards maintenance, repairs, and paying off the mortgage, was going to the pockets of Joel Wiener and to Israel as returns to the investors operating within the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, something Summit, the new owning company, does as well. Pinnacle Summit, it's the same thing. The connection couldn't be more direct of displacement here funding displacement and genocide abroad.
Thank you for your testimony. Eugenie?
Yeah, hi, my name is Jeannie Dubnow, and I'm from a community organization, RENA, Riverside Edgecombe Neighborhood Association in Washington Heights. People come, every Thursday we're open, and people, tenants from the community come and complain about what's happening. Mostly, they're complaining about the rents, not even about the rent repairs that they need so badly, because what's hurting them most is the rents. So therefore, I'm asking you, the public members especially, to think about this and to think about the fact that the last 3 years, tenants have seen a 12% increase in their rent. So therefore, we need a rollback. This is, if we freeze it, it'll be unaffordable. It's already unaffordable. Almost nobody signs a 1-year lease. Most people sign a 2-year lease because they're scared that it's going to be even worse the next year. So therefore, we're asking, please, that you give us a rent rollback. Just one more thing. These exorbitant rents are causing increased homelessness. We know, and I don't have the facts with me right now, but I'm sure you know, that homelessness has increased in New York City tremendously over the last number of years, and that's due to the rent increases that the board has allowed to the landlords. Thank you.
Thank you. Vivian?
Hi, my name is Vivian, and I'm a member of the Union of Pinnacle Tenants. I live in a building that was owned by Pinnacle Group for 6 years. My landlord is now Summit, as my home was sold by Pinnacle during bankruptcy proceedings. I'm here to explain briefly why a rent rollback is needed. I'm a 100% commission-based 1099 wage earner as a real estate agent. I am the embodiment of the New York hustle. As they say in my industry, I can only eat what I kill. That is, I only get paid when the client decides to pay me. I am also trying to start a family and become a mother, but given the economic pressure of making ends meet, I must put my plans on hold. Because you see, since the FAIR Act was passed, 40% of my post-tax income goes to rent, to one of the New York's worst landlords. My income from rental commissions has dropped by over 50% since the FAIR Act, yet New York City market rate rents has risen 12% since just last year. My former landlord, Pinnacle, filed bankruptcy not because the rental income from tenants like me could not keep up with the operating costs. No. To be clear, the building sold during bankruptcy generated $27 million in positive cash flow in 2024 alone. What caused Pinnacle to file bankruptcy was the debt they owed to the bank. Both Pinnacle and the bank were betting on destabilizing apartments across the city. This debt largely originated prior to 2019. But with HSTPA, Pinnacle and the bank's corrupt business model stopped working. The math just isn't mathing for everyday working class New Yorkers. You can help us make it right. We need a rent rollback. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will call New York City Council Member Carmen De La Rosa, followed by Timothy Frasca, then Valencia Sherman Greenup, and then Generva Moscati. Please make your way toward the microphones. We'll start with Council Member De La Rosa.
Good evening. I'm Councilmember Carmen De La Rosa, representing Washington Heights, Inwood, and Marble Hill. I stood before you last year with the same urgency with which I stand before you today. Council District 10, the district that I am entrusted to represent, is home of the largest stock of rent-stabilized units in the state of New York, numbering over 46,000 units where our residents are in dire need of help. Year after year, my testimony and appeal remain the same. Pre-pandemic, many New Yorkers faced significant financial strains due to rent burdens. 6 years later, worsened by an economic downturn, inflation, limited job opportunities, and a housing crisis that has reached a breaking point. The rent increases continue unabated. Let's run through some of the facts. The majority of the population of Washington Heights and Inwood is rent burdened, contributing to 30% of their pre-tax income to rent. Our office sees an average of 90% of our constituent cases dealing with housing insecurity in some capacity. This has always been the case, and it remains the case since I became the council member in 2022. The system, by design, is inequitable. The most impacted communities look like mine, with about 70% of rent-stabilized households being households of color. This overlaid over the reality that Black and brown families continue to move out at higher rates due to the sheer unaffordability of this city makes it clear how significant this crisis is. Financial insecurity forces my constituents to make hard decisions to feed their family or pay exorbitant rents. The common discourse of landlords is about rising prices, which makes it unattainable for them to continue making necessary repairs to their buildings. This should absolutely preclude renters. This argument precludes renters from the calculation.
Thank you,
Tenants have nothing to win from this. Tenants do not have buildings that they can sell off when it's no longer profitable for them to recoup their funds.
Thank you for
We
your
are
testimony.
a home of a sizable older population and elders on fixed incomes. Let me just go to the end, since I will submit my testimony to you.
Thank you.
Today, I stand before you, joining the voices of tenants in my district and across this great borough and city at large, calling on you to do the right thing, or in the case of this board, the bare minimum, which is to freeze the rent. As you will hear tonight, tenants want, hold on one second, I'm a council member elected by my district. Give me 1 minute to finish my last sentence. Thank you very much. There is only one right answer here, and I say to you, in the spirit of collaboration with our mayor, the right answer tonight is to freeze the rent. It is what our city needs, and it is certainly what our tenants deserve. Although they want a rollback, and I stand with them in that petition, tonight we are asking you to finally do the right thing and freeze the rents. And don't ever grab a microphone from me ever again.
Timothy, when you're ready.
My name is Timothy Frasca, and I'm a rent-stabilized tenant at 41 Park Terrace West in Inwood, part of a complex that comprises 2 addresses on that street and 2 more on Seaman Avenue. For at least the last 3 years, the owner or owners have left numerous vacated apartments empty. The one directly above me, a studio next door, and a two-bedroom across the hall have been kept off the market for months or years. Just on my wing alone, the owners have left at least $200,000 in income on the table, and uncollected rents from the rest of the complex must run to much more. No one can tell me why. I have asked repeatedly. Is Blackstone our secret landlord? Nobody knows, or if they do, they're not saying. The idea that these owners would demand an increase from me while voluntarily giving up huge sums in rental income is a bad joke. They could earn plenty of money from normal management of their property instead of hoarding it. The building is becoming a little eerie and almost feels like a haunted house. If anyone were to be assaulted in the hallway, who would hear it? Last summer, a young man slept on a bench across the street from us in Isham Park, got up every morning and went off to work, while the building I live in remains half full. I don't know if this conduct is illegal, but it is certainly immoral. It is a perversion of the right to own housing property at all. Do not reward their antisocial behavior with an increase of any amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Valencia Sherman Green up? Valencia?
I'm a lifelong resident and owner of a pre-1974 building in Harlem. Over 2/3 of my 26 apartments are rent stabilized. These rules affect my bottom line and the future of affordable housing in my community. Over the past 20 years, the average household income in Harlem went from $26,000 to $94,000. Despite promises to address affordability, Harlem is being rapidly gentrified. Rent-stabilized units are less than half of our city's rentals. Property tax abatements to increase stabilized units while suppressing stabilized rents leaves the largest portion of rentals completely unregulated and has limited effect on affordability. In the past 30 years, the city has lost over 138,000 stabilized units. Developers often receive long-term tax benefits in exchange for setting aside a small percentage of affordable units, and those apartments are often registered at substantially higher rents than older stabilized housing. The median rent of newly registered stabilized apartments in 2024 exceeded $3,000 per month. In contrast, the median rent I receive is approximately $1,500. Although I cannot deregulate my existing apartments, newly created units can become market rate once rents and tenant incomes reach a certain level. In addition, new developments increase surrounding property values and taxes. In 10 years, my building's assessed value rose from under $450,000 to over $700,000, while rental income constrained by regulation remained largely the same. My 100-year-old building requires substantial and costly maintenance. In the past 3 years, Con Ed raised my annual charges from $32,000 to nearly $44,000. When operating costs rise faster than rental income, owners are forced to increase rents on market rate units, defer improvements, and consider selling, often leading to conversions, redevelopment, and the loss of naturally affordable housing. Approximately 65% of the city's rent-stabilized apartments are located in older buildings like mine. We play a critical role in preserving affordability, yet we are treated as part of the problem rather than part of the solution. Over the last decade, annual rent adjustments averaged around 2% for one-year leases and 4% for two-year leases. While these increases seem modest, they are insufficient to keep pace with rising costs. I urge the board to avoid a rent freeze on pre-1974 rent-stabilized housing, which risks undermining the very housing stock that is most affordable. Going forward,
thank you for your testimony.
I encourage your board to consider separate policies for older stabilized buildings and newer developments. They're not like us.
Thank you. Ginevra Moscati. Ginevra Moscati. When you're ready.
Hi, RGB. My name is Ginevra, and I'm here to demand a rent rollback and a study on landlord overcompensation. My landlord is Barry Gottheier, and the property manager of my building is Strivers LLC. Like over half of New Yorkers, I am rent burdened. I spend over 50% of my monthly take home for my primary job on rent. With a full-time job, I was barely able to squeeze out the 40 times yearly income demanded by landlords. And note that I said primary job. In order to keep up savings and to just stay afloat through medical emergencies, I've taken up multiple jobs. I adjunct through the CUNY's community college system. I cat sit and I tutor. I have a PhD. While I work multiple jobs, the RGB's income and expense study found that from 2023 to 2024, net operating income increased by 6.2% citywide following large increases in prior years. Rental income rose 4.8%, outpacing operating cost increases of 4.2%. In the past 4 years, my landlord's income has risen by 12%. 12%, and yet my landlord has had 511 HPD complaints opened against him in the span of the last 3 years with 186 apartments. I just lost my place. If I did any of my jobs this fucking poorly, I wouldn't have a job, any of them. I walk a tightrope to pay my rent. My rent is barely affordable now. If you do not freeze it, let alone roll it back, it will be fully unaffordable. And I am but one individual in a sea of housing crisis. Study from the Community Services Society so that among low-income rent-stabilized tenants, 66% struggle to make ends meet, 83% have little to no savings, and 55% could not likely cover a $400 emergency expense. For immigrant communities, rising rents compound the risk of displacement in a context of increased immigration enforcement. For victims of domestic violence, housing instability increases the threat of abuse as people are forced to stay in unsafe homes. Who amongst us isn't seeing rising costs? Tenant wages have decreased 4%, unemployment is high, and the cost of living has gone up. Landlords, mom and pop landlords only make up about 2% of the landlord landscape, while tenants make up 70%, and it is egregious that the RGB weighs them both equally.
Thank you. Next, I will welcome Public Advocate Jamani D. Williams, followed by Ann Korchak, Jenny Laurie, and Maria Cortez. Please make your way toward the microphone.
Before you start, I just got to say the Knicks did it in 5. I got to really just say that. Peace and blessing, love and light to everybody. My name is Jamani Williams, Public Advocate for the City of New York. Thank you, Chair, and the members of the RGB for holding this hearing. For decades, the City of New York has faced a housing affordability crisis with skyrocketing rents, a shortage of affordable units, and a rise in evictions, particularly in communities of more color. It is in this context that New York City and New York State has seen losses in populations, with the city seeing 12,200 and fewer residents in 2025 than the previous year. When asked, families and individuals leaving the city point to a lack of affordability as one of the primary reasons for their migration. In a city of renters, over 50% of New Yorkers are rent burdened, paying 30% more of their income on rent, with rents reaching record-breaking highs early this year, including a median rent of $5,000 in Manhattan. This should come as no surprise. The rent is too damn high. Yeah, we know that many building owners, including owners of nonprofit buildings, are also feeling the strain with rising insurance costs and unequal tax property systems and rising utilities. The Rent Guidelines Board 2026 Income and Expense Report found that citywide net operating incomes increased 6.2%, representing the third consecutive year of NOI increases. When broken down by borough and among buildings with different proportions of rent-stabilized units, the number increases. From the 5 boroughs, the Bronx was the sole borough to report a decrease in NOI of 0.1%. with NOI falling in 4 neighborhoods. The Bronx and Manhattan also saw the highest share of financially distressed properties amongst buildings with more than 50% of units stabilized. NOI increased from the citywide 6.2% to 4.0% in buildings with more than 80% of units rent stabilized. That number dropped down 3.5%, and finally in buildings fully rent stabilized, NOI dropped down to 2.4%. I raise these numbers because I recognize the board faces a difficult task of balancing affordability and cost of living hardships with the real need to address rising operating costs and the necessary maintenance of aging housing stock. Yet I would urge the board to consider the past 4 years of consecutive rent hikes totaling an increase of 12% to 17.5% respectively for 1 or 2 year leases, which occurred simultaneously with rising unemployment and a stagnation of wages. Almost finished. There is no historical precedent for the Rent Guidelines Board enacting a multi-tiered approach to setting rents for buildings across our city, but the data we have tells us that many properties can absorb a rent freeze, especially those owned by large real estate corporations. New Yorkers, on the other hand, cannot wait for relief when many already struggle to stay afloat. As I believe a rent freeze would allow us the time and opportunity to address disparities and further provide relief to tenants, foregoing any additional rent burden on struggling New Yorkers. In the meantime, the administration has to work to do their best to help those buildings that are struggling. But I have to say this, both primarily Black, brown, and immigrant tenants are suffering. Also, primarily small black, brown immigrant homeowners. We are pitting them against each other for no reason. They can unite, get a rent freeze, and ask the government to provide the help that they need. But these tenants cannot solve the problems that are happening for the buildings, the small portion of buildings that NOI hasn't increased. The least we can do is a rent freeze. Thank you so much.
Public Advocate. Is Ann Korchak here?
Yeah.
Ann Korchak?
Yes. Yes.
That's Ann Korchak.
Maria Cortez.
We'll go, if Ann is not here, we'll go then to Jenny Laurie.
What is that?
Ann. Okay. Maria, when you're ready.
Ajá. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Cortés y soy miembro de la organización Se Hace Camino en Nueva York. He sido residente del 870 de Bedford Avenue en Brooklyn por más de 27 años.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. My name is Maria Cortez, and I am a member of Se Hace Camino Nueva York, Make the Road New York, and I've been a resident at 870 Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn now for more than 27 years.
Estoy en un apartamento de renta estabilizada, pero tengo miedo que pueda ser desplazada por las propuestas de aumentos.
I live in a rent-stabilized apartment, but I am fearful that I may be displaced because of the fact that there might be rent increases on the horizon.
Por eso estoy aquí, para compartir mi historia como inquilina y para pedirle a los miembros de la Junta de Directrices del Alquiler que congelen la renta, tanto para los contratos de 1 año como para los de 2 años.
And this is why I'm here before you today, to share my story as a tenant and to ask all of the members of the RGB to please make sure to freeze the rent for both 1 and 2-year leases.
Vivir en ese apartamento y conservarlo ha sido siempre un desafío.
To live in this apartment and to maintain its upkeep has always been a challenge.
Soy la única inquilina latina que vive en mi edificio, en un barrio que ha sufrido el desplazamiento y la gentrificación.
I am the last Latina tenant living in my building, in a neighborhood that has suffered both displacement and gentrification.
Gracias a que soy miembro y líder de una organización que lucha por los derechos y la protección de los inquilinos, y gracias a mi perseverancia, a mi valentía para reclamar lo que la ley me otorga. Todavía vivo en el 870 de Bedford Avenue.
And thank goodness that as a member and leader of an organization that continues to fight for its rights and for the protection of many tenants, and thank goodness to my perseverance and my courage, I come before you to continue complaining and to demand what the law should be giving me. And that is why I continue to live at 870 Bedford Avenue.
Soy la única inquilina de las antiguas que quedan en un edificio de 8 apartamentos. El dueño ha hecho todo lo posible para sacarme, desde la falta de reparaciones, servicios, hasta oferta de dinero.
So I am the last tenant of all the former ones that lived at this apartment, at this building with 8 apartments. The owner has done every single thing in order to remove me from the premises, from not completing all of the repairs that I asked for, to denying me all sorts of service, even so much as offering me money, as well as harassing me because stating that I have not paid the rent.
Y en los inviernos la calefacción es limitada. Al momento mi estufa no trabaja parcialmente y aunque ya vengo reclamando por 3 meses, a Casero no lo ha arreglado.
During the winter, the heat is not enough, and at the moment, my stove is barely working. Even though I've already been complaining to my landlord now for the past 3 months, he won't correct the issue.
Actualmente no tengo contrato, no he renovado el lease, no me ha renovado el lease por 6 años. Pero conozco mis derechos.
At the moment, I don't have a lease. He has not renovated my lease in the past 6 years, but I am fully aware of my rights.
Llamando al 311 y yendo a la corte con el apoyo legal, aquí estoy todavía.
By calling 311 and by also going to court, I have received legal assistance, and that is why I'm still here.
Aunque más del 30% de mi ingreso va destinado al pago de la renta, siempre la pago a tiempo.
And even though 30% of my income goes directly to paying my rent, I always pay on time.
Gracias, Maria. Thank you for your testimony. Ann Korchak, followed by Jenny Laurie, followed by Gladys Pugla, followed by Andres Mares Muro.
In 2026, we've repeatedly heard city agencies explain that rising costs are making it difficult to cover operating expenses. In January, the Corporation Council urged a federal bankruptcy judge to block the sale of the Pinnacle portfolio, arguing that the rents were too low to sustain the operating expenses. In spring, the Department of Environmental Protection justified a 6% increase in water and sewer rates by explaining that the cost imposed on the agency had risen dramatically. Most recently, HPD announced a nearly 30% rent increase for the Mitchell-Lama development in the Bronx. The HPD commissioner stated that current rents are not covering operating costs. Small property owners have been making the same argument for years. Sponey testified before this board in April. Individual owners have shared their experiences and submitted written testimony and have shared their fiscal realities. We have said the same thing. Operating costs continue to rise, and the rental income fails to keep pace. Yet the warnings are often dismissed. If city agencies can acknowledge that revenues must cover expenses, then the same principle must apply to the pre-1974 rent-stabilized housing. Old buildings cannot be maintained, repaired, staffed, insured, and operated when costs consistently outpace income. The reality is simple. When expenses rise, revenue must rise as well. That is true for city agencies, Mitchell-Lama developments, and old rent-stabilized buildings alike. We urge the board to recognize this reality and approve rent adjustments that reflect the actual cost of operating and preserving New York City's old rent-stabilized housing stock.
Thank you. Jenny?
Hi, my name is Jenny Laurie. I'm the Executive Director of Housing Court Answers. We provide support, thank you, and legal information to tenants and landlords without attorneys from information tables in the city's housing court and from a hotline. Most of the folks we talk to are tenants. Most are facing eviction for non-payment of rent. Our services focus on eviction prevention and are high volume, light touch, as we get about 200 calls or requests for services each day. Housing Court Answers supports a rent freeze for the 1 and 2 year lease renewal rates. A low-income rent-stabilized tenant with an affordable rent or close to affordable is less likely to actually get evicted even when they fall behind on the rent and get sued in housing court. The city has a right to counsel law and has robust programs to help with rent arrears. Low and moderate income tenants face chronic income instability, a condition that will get worse with pending cuts to SNAP and Medicaid programs. Rent-stabilized tenants can get assistance with back rent because they have a right to a renewal lease, an easier path to getting repairs, and can add a roommate or family member to their household. Non-payment filings and calendared cases have gone down slightly. Filed motions, OSCs, or orders to show cause especially, are going up, and executed evictions are going up. Delays in HR processing of public assistance and one-shots might be to blame for the increase. Regardless, keeping the rent-stabilized stock as affordable as possible for the majority of low-income tenants who call those apartments home is key to preventing cases in housing court and ultimately evictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Gladys? Gladys?
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Gladys Puglia y viví por 25 años en un edificio en el 1406 de Putnam Avenue en Bushwick. Este es un apartamento de renta estabilizada. Soy miembro de Make the Road New York y voy a dar mi testimonio como inquilina que acaba de perder su apartamento a pesar de tener renta estabilizada.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gladys Puglia, and for the past 25 years, I've been living at 1406 Putnam Avenue in Bushwick in a rent-stabilized apartment. I am a member of Make the Road New York, and I will be giving you my testimony as a tenant that recently lost her apartment, despite the fact that her apartment is rent stabilized.
Ojalá que mi testimonio sirva como un ejemplo de lo que pasa cuando la renta aumenta. Por eso quiero pedirles a los miembros de la Junta que por favor escuchen al inquilino. Tenemos muchas cosas que pagar y no alcanza.
I hope that my testimony serves as an example of what happens when rent increases occur. And this is why I would like to direct myself to the members of the RGB. Please freeze the rent. Our resources are not enough to make rent payments. And this is what happens with people who get displaced like me.
Aunque tenga un trabajo estable, el incremento de las rentas siempre me ha afectado, especialmente en estos últimos años donde he tenido complicaciones de salud.
Even though I've always had stable employment, the rent increases have affected me tremendously over the years, especially in these last years where I've had a lot of health issues and where the price of groceries continues to rise.
Poco a poco me fui atrasando en el pago de mis rentas, al mismo tiempo que iba subiendo debido a los incrementos significativos de la Junta.
Little by little, I fell behind on my rent payments, but at the same time, I was also suffering because of the fact that the RGB had made rent increases, significant rent increases over the last administration.
Con la administración anterior viví en este apartamento con mis hijos y con una renta cerca de $2,000. Esta cantidad quería dar la mayor parte de mis ingresos para poder cubrir la renta.
I lived in this apartment with my 2 children, and I was paying nearly $2,000 a month, an amount that required me to pay the majority of my income in order to cover the monthly rent.
Traté de pagar mis deudas atrasadas, pero no pude ya que mi salud se deterioró y como todo el mundo tuve gastos extras de cubrir.
I tried to pay all of my debt, all of the back debt, but of course, my health took a turn for the worse, and it deteriorated. And like everyone else, I had extra expenses to cover.
Por un momento mi hija me dio espacio para vivir, pero luego tuve que salir en busca de vivienda. Ya no me alcanza para un apartamento, sino para un cuarto. Y eso es lo que estoy pasando cuando la renta sigue subiendo, la calidad de vida de un neoyorquino baja.
For some time, I was able to stay with my daughter because she had some room in her apartment. But then later, I had to seek out my own home. And this is what happens when we don't have enough resources. You can't find an apartment. Now I'm renting a room, and this is all that I can afford. The rents continue to climb, and the quality of life of New Yorkers continues to worsen.
Gracias, Gladys.
Gracias.
Thank you. Next, I will welcome Andres Maris Muro, J.P. Biambi, Kate Biernat, and Danielle Smith. If you heard your name, please line up or make your way toward the microphone. Thank you.
Hi, you can check me off your list. I'm Andres. I want to invoke today the name of a brother, Mike McKee. Some 80 years ago, in his 4th State of the Union address in 1944, Franklin Delano Roosevelt proposed that the nation recognize and implement a second Bill of Rights, a set of social and economic guarantees. Roosevelt argued that the political rights guaranteed by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, including but not limited to freedom of speech, religion, assembly, etc., had, quote, proved inadequate to assure us equality in the pursuit of happiness, unquote. That to really exercise one's first Bill of Rights, other rights needed to be in place. Among these are, and this is Roosevelt, the right to a useful and remunerative job, the right to adequate medical care, the right to adequate protection from the economic fears of old age, sickness, accident, and unemployment, the right to a good education, and guess what? The right of every family to a decent home. Now in the present, under this irrational economic system, where a roof over one's head still isn't a human right but a commodity for profit that a renter must lease. And I'm going to give you factoids you already heard. In a city where 67% of households are renters, where the median rent went from $1,641 in 2023 to $3,616 this year, where in New York, in the metro area, more than half spend about 33% of their income on rent on average, and a substantial share spend over 50%, where experts generally consider a household spending more than 30% of income on housing to be cost burdened, keeping in mind that 50 to 70% of our rent goes not to small landlords, but to large corporate LLCs, and where 40% of New Yorkers planning to leave the state cite cost of living, including rental cost, as the reason why they're splitting. Tenants,
Andres.
especially working class people of color still remaining in the city, must assert again, counter to the current Trumpian moment, that adequate, livable, guaranteed housing is a human right. Towards that vision, I join in demanding that the RGB vote for a rent rollback.
Thank you. JP? JP?
Hi, good evening, members of the board. My name is JP Biambi, and I've been a tenant in Harlem for the past 28 years. Never testified at the Rent Guidelines Board hearing before, but I feel the effects of my rent going up every couple of years. So I came here to ask for one simple thing, and that is a 0% increase. But after hearing the testimony of some of the other tenants, I think I want to agree with them and say you should actually roll it back. I'm sure you know. I'm sure as you already know, New York City tenants, they've endured continuous rent hikes without seeing meaningful improvements to our buildings. And I'm sure you know that's completely unacceptable, and more importantly, it's obviously unsustainable. While landlords get regular increases, they routinely fail to perform basic maintenance, leaving our buildings in constant disrepair. Now, for me personally, it's reached to the point where I have to take my landlord to court just to get basic repairs done that are required by law, like simply painting my apartment once every few years or providing adequate heat in the winter. Now, just to avoid wasting my own money and losing precious time out of my own workday, instead of going to court to fight for the law, to fight for what the law and my lease already guarantees, I've just resorted to painting my apartment myself. Now, to add insult to injury, when I pay higher electricity bills in the wintertime for space heaters, the dilapidated windows in my apartment can't even keep in all the extra heat that I'm paying for. Now, the city is actually responsible for enforcing these laws, yet the burdening expense continues to entirely fall on the tenants. Why is that?
Thank you, JP. Thank you for your testimony. Kate?
Hi, my name is Kate Burnett. I am a proud New Yorker, a performing artist, and somebody who is trying to survive in this city for the last 17 years. I grew up here on a dream as an adult, and I'm so grateful that New York is my home, and I'm so grateful that I found affordable housing. But here's the problem. My rent has been raised by $800 over the last 8 years, and as a performing artist, that is not sustainable. Cost of living is not matching what we are. Cost of living increases are exponential, and I have some things written down, but my corporate landlord, 44th Street LLC Development, has gotten almost a 30% cumulative net profit in our rent over the last 3 years, which is insane to me, right? When we have not been seeing more things working for tenants. And as an artist, I wanted to bring some artist statistics to the conversation. New York City's creative sector generates $110 billion in local economic impact and drives a tourist industry worth $74 billion annually. And Broadway alone contributes $14.7 billion to the New York City economy and supports 97,000 local jobs. And Broadway attendance outpaces combined attendance of all 10 professional New York City sports teams, including the Knicks, the Yankees, the Mets, the Giants, and the Jets. Yes, that's right. The arts are not a luxury. They are an economic engine, and we are losing the people who power that engine. Since 2019, the city's population of dancers has fallen by 19%, actors by 8%, composers by 7.6%. The Lower East Side and Chinatown have lost nearly 56% of their artist population since 2013. Creative workers in New York now earn 23% less than the national average after adjusting for cost of living, a gap that has widened from 15% just a decade ago. While rents keep climbing, 60% of artists make under $25,000 a year. More than half have no financial safety net at all, including myself. I have zero savings. Artists don't just decorate the cities, we define them. We are what makes New York worth living in and worth the $74 billion tourist industry spend to visit. A city that prices out artists doesn't just lose its soul, it loses its economy. Roll back the rent. The data is on our side. Let us stay home.
Danielle Smith. Danielle Smith.
Hi, my name is Danielle Smith, and I am a rent-stabilized tenant at 21 McGaw Place. That's in Washington Heights, and my landlord is 21 McGaw Associates, LLC. I came here to urge the members of the Rent Guidelines Board to freeze the rent on both 1- and 2-year leases, but similarly, hearing other people's testimonies, it's clear that what's really needed and possible is a rent rollback. I've lived in Uptown my entire 14 years in New York City, but in the past 6 years especially, I found myself moving more and more frequently as I've been priced out of my apartments. Finding a rent-stabilized apartment last summer was an incredible improvement to my quality of life, and for the first time, I got to experience what it felt like not to be rent-burdened. I'm a labor organizer by trade, a job that I love, but one that I've accepted is not going to make me rich anytime soon, and even just signing my most recent lease renewal and doing the math and sort of calculating what I'm gonna have to give up the next year to now afford my rent, but also like how soon it will soon be that I am rent burdened again, made it really clear how what might seem like small increases or people describe as small increases quickly render these apartments unaffordable. Renters need a chance to catch our breath, and even with the rollback, to have the chance to invest in our own lives and to build for the future instead of having to scrape by and figure out what we'll need to cut to afford the rent every year. Landlords have been able to raise rents year after year, but we have not seen those same increases in our wages or our wealth, and the city has only grown less affordable for us workers. I've lived in Uptown in New York City because I love it here and I have no intention of leaving. Please freeze, or even better, roll back the rent so that me and other working class New Yorkers, the people this city needs to run, actually have the choice of staying in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I will welcome Nellie Ordinola, followed by Leticia Pazmino, followed by Cara Polte, and then Maria Tavares. Please make your way toward the microphones. We'll start with Nellie.
I'm the little short, so let me go. Okay. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Leticia, vivo en la 3742 del 84 Street, Jackson Heights. Mi apartamento es de renta estabilizada, formo parte de Made the Road, New York, una organización sin fines de lucro que ayuda a la comunidad a conocer sus derechos.
Señora, ¿puedo traducirle?
Claro que sí.
¿Me permite? Oops. Good evening, everyone. My name is Leticia. I live at 3742 84th Street in Jackson Heights, Queens. My apartment is rent stabilized. I am part of Make the Road, a nonprofit organization that helps the community understand and know their rights in Queens.
Una comunidad conoce sus derechos en Queens, un lugar donde he vivido más de la mitad de mi vida.
And it's an area where I have lived more than half my life.
Estoy aquí para compartir mi historia como inquilina y pedirle a los miembros de la Junta de Directrices de Alquiler Rent Guidelines Board, a ustedes,
So I am here to share my story as a tenant and also to ask the members of the Rent Guidelines Board
que congelen la renta tanto para el contrato de 1 año como para la de 2 años.
to freeze the rent for the leases that are 1 year as well as the ones that are for 2 years.
Soy madre soltera, trabajadora y orgullosa de tener un hijo maravilloso. Con el paso de los años, mi apartamento se ha deteriorado progresivamente
Sí.
debido a la falta de mantenimiento.
So I'm a single mother, I'm a worker, and I am proud to have a wonderful son. And as the years have passed, my apartment has progressively deteriorated due to the lack of maintenance.
Hace años, una filtración torrencial arruinó mis muebles, alfombra y televisor y más cosas, cuando salía justo en el horario de mi trabajo.
A few years ago, a horrible leak came down and ruined my furniture, my carpets, my rugs, my television, just as I was on my way to work.
En aquel entonces no sabía a quién acudir ni cuáles eran mis derechos. Solo hablé con el encargado del edificio, quien simplemente dijo que era el problema del rufo.
At that time, I didn't know who to ask for help, and I also did not know about my rights. I only spoke with the person that was in charge of the building, who basically just told me that the problem had to do with the roof.
Luego, en enero del 2019, a las 2 de la madrugada, en pleno invierno, bajo cero, la temperatura bajo cero, el techo de mi apartamento se desplomó mientras dormía.
And then in January of 2019, at 2 o'clock in the morning, it was pure winter and the temperatures were below zero. The ceiling in my apartment fell down on us while we were sleeping.
Fui despertada bruscamente por el ruido. En la oscuridad intenté salir, pero cayeron escombros sobre mi cabeza, mi espalda y mi brazo, mi hombro derecho.
I was suddenly woken up by the noise, and it was in the dark. And as I tried to get out, debris fell on me. It fell over my head, on my back, and on my right shoulder.
Tuve suerte de que ningún mueble haya caído sobre mi cabeza durante el derrumbe.
I was lucky that none of the furniture fell on my head when all of this was coming down.
Tengo pruebas y fotos de todo esto.
I have photographic proof of all of this.
Gracias,
El edificio,
Leticia.
el edificio es de 1974, que tiene plomo y tiene demasiado polvo. Cuando cayó el techo no podíamos respirar y tenía que abrir la ventana para poder nosotros respirar porque todo se cayó.
So the building is from 1974 and it has lead, and it also had a lot of dust and powder that came down. So when everything was coming down, all of that powder and dust was just coming down, you're breathing it in.
Gracias,
Entonces no
Leticia.
conocía mis derechos, pero ahora que conozco mis derechos porque soy parte de la organización Made the Road, les dejo saber que yo tengo 2 niños ahora, apenas uno de la semana, hace 7 días que nació, y esto se continúa. En Memorial Day se cayó nuevamente, hubo un liqueo en la cocina, lo cual también es destruido. O sea, no hay mantenimiento, pero sí quieren la renta. Sorry, sweetie.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But I didn't know my rights then, but I know my rights now. And there was another child that was born in my house, and basically in Memorial Day there was another ceiling issue that came down, and basically it's due to lack of maintenance and lack of repairs.
Gracias. Thank you for your testimony. Thank
Se
you.
molestan solamente porque llamo al 311, nada más. Thank you.
Nelly Ordinola. Nelly.
Ya, ok, sí, Nelly. Mi nombre es Nelly, vivo en Queens. Vivo en Queens, soy miembro de Se Hace Camino a Nueva York. Vivo en renta estabilizada. Estoy aquí para compartir mi historia como inquilina, para pedirle a los miembros de la Junta de Directrices Alquiler Reality Board que congelen la renta.
My name is Nelly, and I live in Queens, and I'm a member of Make the Road New York. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment, and I'm here to share my story and ask the members of the Rent Guidelines Board to freeze the rent.
Yo he vivido por más de 30 años en Corona, Queens, junto a mi familia. Yo he sido durante todo este tiempo el soporte principal de mi hogar y he sustentado los gastos de un techo. Ahora me siento enferma y lastimada por tanto trabajar. Yo soy una obrera de costura que me he lastimado mi mano principal con la que he manejado por tantos años en la industria de la costura.
So I've lived in Corona, Queens for more than 30 years with my family. For much of that time, I have been the sole financial support of my home, and I have dealt with the costs of like a roof, a ceiling, well, a roof over our head. Now I am ill and hurt because of how much I have been working, because I am a seamstress and I have injured my main hand that I use for my job in all these years of my work within this field.
Ahora más que nunca es importante para mí tener acceso a los servicios de supervivencia, como programa de comida, salud y ayuda para la renta.
Now more than ever, it's really important for me to have access to survival services, which include like food programs and health programs and help for my rent.
Cada año es injusto que nosotros, la de la clase trabajadora y muchas veces con pocas horas semanales de trabajo que no alcanza para cubrir nuestra renta y que cada año paguemos un porcentaje más de aumento de renta.
Every year, it's not fair that people like us, the working class, and many times when we have few hours to work within a week, we don't earn enough to cover our rent, and yet every year we have to pay an extra percentage more in rent increase.
Y es por eso que estoy aquí pidiéndole a ustedes, la Junta, que congelen la renta. Los aumentos de renta no arreglan los abusos de los caseros, no dan mantenimiento a los apartamentos cuando se les pide arreglar los daños y que uno muchas veces tiene que comprar pintura, materiales para pintar y arreglar para vivir dignamente, ya que ellos solo quieren coger el dinero de la renta.
And that is why I'm asking you all from the board to freeze the rent. The rent increases don't help or don't repair the abuses that the landlords do against us. They don't provide maintenance for the apartments when you ask them to repair a damage. And many times you yourself have to buy the paint and the materials to paint and to fix things in the apartment to be able to live with dignity. Since most of them just take the rent money.
Eso me ha tocado hacer muchas veces, pero ustedes que están ahí sentados no saben todo lo que pasamos los inquilinos.
And I have had to do that many times, but yet you all sitting there don't really know what goes on within renters' lives.
Espero ser escuchada por esta junta y que hasta el abuso de los caseros con los aumentos de renta. Yo soy la voz de quienes no tienen la voz y les pido que congelen la renta, please.
I hope you guys in the board are listening and please stop the abuse committed by the landlords with the increases of rent. I am the voice of those who do not have a voice, and I'm asking you to freeze the rent.
Gracias, Nelly. Kara? Pulte? Kara Pulte.
I'm over here. Hello. Over here.
Sorry, Kara. When
No,
you're
you're
ready.
Hello, my name is Kara. I am an adjunct for CUNY. I'm a tenant organizer, and I'm one of the co-founders of East Harlem Tenant Union. I've lived in my rent-stabilized apartment in East Harlem for 5 years. My rent has increased by $200 a month since I've moved in, but the conditions of the building have only worsened. 2 years ago, my neighbors and I launched a rent strike that lasted over a year. Some of my neighbors are still on rent strike today. The strike followed decades of disrepair, landlord neglect, and hazardous living conditions like leaks, mold, pest infestations, broken plumbing, electric systems, blocked emergency exits, and a lack of heat and hot water. Before our rent strike, we tried being diplomatic and we sued him. He quit paying on the buildings the following month. The court then replaced our landlord with another corporate slumlord known as Colliers International. And these issues are ones that span across this entire portfolio. This is nearly 40 buildings and all of them are in East Harlem. My downstairs neighbor doesn't even have a sink in her bathroom. Another neighbor of mine doesn't even have a floor. I kid you not, he does not have a floor. He lives on the ground floor. It's just plywood. This poor landlord narrative asks us to sympathize with the real estate holding companies, private equity firms, and LLCs whose portfolios span continents. There is no accountability mechanism in place to ensure that my rent check is going to the building that I live in. Raising my rent or even freezing the rent without addressing my repairs or the repairs of my neighbors or any tenant is theft. I am paying to have a safe, mold-free place to live with heat and hot water, and that is the bare minimum. It is not right that landlords demand more while I continue to go with less. In any other situation, this would be recognized as theft. I am asking the Rent Guideline Boards to do something unprecedented, do something historical. This is going to greatly impact the lives of millions if you roll back the rent. Housing must be treated as a community resource, not a commodity that necessitates profit. Our communities are stronger and safer when everyone has access to decent, stable housing.
Thank you, Kara.
We must treat people, not as problems that cost money.
Thank you. Maria Taveras. Maria Taveras.
Good evening to all. My name is Maria Tavares. I am a member of the Tenant and Neighbor Association, and I also am a community activist. I've lived in Washington Heights for 42 years with my 4 sons. My landlord is one of the worst A&E real estate. I am here to demand a rollback. Like over half of the New Yorkers, I am a rent burden. I spend 50% of my income on rent every month because I spend so much on rent. I haven't been able to afford due to the fact that I have 2 years I do not have a stove because I got a 3rd-degree burn because the floor was not leveled. And my son got stabbed in 2016 in that building because the landlord did not have secure the door from downstairs, so anybody could just walk in there and did that. And then I got robbed. My son was there, kidnapped in that apartment. That was another thing, because the landlord fails to pile security. I've been living in that apartment, rent stabilization. I still have the doorknob since that building was built. Most of the things, I go myself and I buy it because I have my 4 sons. I'm a single mom, and I'm also a parent advocate. I advocate for parents in ACS. I want my kids to have a good living, to know that they don't have to go to the streets, that they'll have a safe home. So I do what I can, what is in my need. But I shouldn't have to do that when I'm paying rent, and those are things that the landlord's supposed to keep up. They say they want to put up the rent because they're fixing different things. What are they fixing? They're not fixing nothing. They're infested with rats. I had to get a cat to get rid of the rats. You understand? And there's a lot of things that they do there that they ask for rent, the NYC, whatever, the hike, but they don't fix. They don't fix the building. They don't. We, as the community, we plant our neighborhood. We clean there because I also work the parks and the parks. We clean the building. We have days. One weekend, I clean and I scrub the floors and the halls because he doesn't clean. They don't have the porters. They don't have the people to clean there. You understand? And we're
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, and they say that we have rent stabilized there, but the people that have rent stabilized maintain their apartment better than regular people that are just new. Why? Because we appreciate that we have that rent stabilizer, so we try to also keep where we live.
Thank you.
Good.
Next, I will call Jose Tour, Seth Foss, New York State Assembly member Linda Rosenthal, and Ian Rabinovich. Is Jose here? Jose Tour? Please come up when I call your name. Please come to the microphone. Jose Tour, Seth Foss, then we'll have Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal.
Ready?
Yes.
My name is Jose Tour. I take care of 45 rent-stabilized apartments in Washington Heights that my grandfather built his life around. He fled Cuba with nothing. The regime took everything his family built. He worked as a building porter for 8 years, then bought his first building here in 1979.
I would ask that we need to be able to hear everyone's testimony. The board can't hear. Thank you.
He cared for it himself for the next 45 years. Last October, he died at 99, killed by a tenant who had not paid rent in 5 years. That tenant left the apartment destroyed. With the little savings we have, I could not make it safe to live in. A home that should hold a family now sits dark and empty. A few weeks ago, I told you my situation was the best case you'll ever hear, and I meant it. 45 apartments, not one violation, no mortgage. I live in the building. I do most repairs with my own 2 hands. If the numbers don't work for me, they work for no one. My grandfather watched the city nearly destroy itself in the 1970s. Buildings abandoned, blocks burning because owners couldn't afford to keep them standing. Now we are going backwards. He taught me one thing above all, how to persevere. I am trying, but no one can persevere against a law that makes it impossible to care for the buildings he trusted me with. So I'm asking you directly, don't freeze the rent. Give the people who keep these buildings standing enough to keep them safe. Give the people who keep these buildings standing enough to keep them safe, and let that empty apartment hold a family again. Protecting owners like me is how you protect tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Seth Foss. Is Seth Foss? When you're ready, Seth.
Good evening. My name is Seth Foss. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant at 510 East 13th Street. I've lived there for 14 years, and I helped also organize my building Tenants Association in 2021 after the building was bought by David Tenenbaum. As a landlord, he also owns hundreds of stabilized apartments and manages the subsidies that he also helps hold back. I'm here to urge the board to freeze the rent on both 1-year and 2-year leases or roll back. Rent increases don't buy repairs. Under this owner, 311 complaints jumped 249% over the prior landlord, and the violations piled up for almost none were certified or fixed. But what he does is calculated. He lets conditions rot. He manufactures debt. He sued me for the rent that I've already paid, and then blocked the subsidy that was also trying to be paid, and then sued me for that. He keeps it just inside the lines of the law, and that's why I brought my own harassment case against him. He's filed at least 18 cases against the tenants in this building since 2021. Some of us 2, 3, or 4 times, and this is why the board should hear, and the city should. This is what the board should hear, and the city will pay for a lawyer to defend me when he drags me into court. But when I try to stop the harassment myself on my own, the system is built to cushion the tenants in crisis, but not to the landlords who are manufacturing it. The rent increases only rewards them. And for 14 years, a rent freeze let me keep fighting for my home instead of being priced out of it. 1 million New Yorkers voted for this. Please deliver it, and no one for 1- and 2-year leases. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Is Assemblymember Rosenthal here? Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. I'm Assemblymember Linda B. Rosenthal. I'm the chair of the Assembly Committee on Housing. I also represent the Upper West Side, parts of Hell's Kitchen, and the 67th Assembly District. I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak at tonight's hearing. It's clear as day, New Yorkers are struggling to stay financially afloat in the Big Apple. Donald Trump's deadly and dangerous policies at the federal level are striking New Yorkers where it hurts the most, in their pocketbooks, which is why there has been a resounding call for a rent freeze this year. So let us count the reasons why. Last year, to mark America's 249th birthday, congressional Republicans voted to dramatically slash health care and SNAP benefits for millions of New Yorkers. In 2025, residential evictions rose by 11.8% in buildings with rent-regulated units. The average unemployment rate increased by 5.2%. Cash assistance caseloads rose by 7.4%, and inflation is currently crushing New Yorkers in the grocery aisle. And according to the RGB's own data, 49% of rent-stabilized tenants said they could not make ends meet or were barely getting by. Dramatically raising the rents on New Yorkers, especially when, according to the RGB, rent-stabilized tenants have a median income of $60,000, is a recipe for disaster. That is why this board cannot afford to treat this year's vote like business as usual. This moment demands we do everything possible to protect people from an unforgiving federal government that is waging war on low-income people. We must also understand that raising the rents on people who can barely afford it will increase homelessness. And as we know, finding affordable housing for low to moderate income people at a time when the vacancy rate is so low is near impossible. At the city level, the new administration has announced a program for landlords that would allow a one-time vacancy to reset that will impact nearly 300,000 apartments, even if there is an RGB rent increase. At the state level, we're working diligently to rein in insurance costs, which I know account for a little more than 10% of landlords' expenses, according to the RGB.
Thank you, Assemblymember.
Can I just finish? I also suggest we investigate how to provide property tax relief to mom-and-pop property owners who have rent-stabilized units. Lastly, we do not have to aid and abet Donald Trump's war on New York's social safety net by imposing rent hikes on those who can least afford it. In fact, history and our consciousness beg us not to. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember. Next, we'll have Ilan Rabinovich, followed by Andrew Betts, followed by Paolis Urena.
Thank you. I would love to someday be in a position where New York is able to freeze the rent. Unfortunately, we have a lot of elected officials that keep voting for things that raise costs and make it difficult to do so. But I do want to remind everybody why we're here. We're not here to complain about housing conditions, although when they are abhorrent, it is bad, and I'll be the first to report a building to HPD or DOB or another agency. If you want help with that, happy to assist. This is not the rent ripoff hearing. This is the Rent Guidelines Board hearing. The law asks the board to meet annually and consider very specific things: the economic condition of the real estate industry, including such factors as taxes, costs of sewer, water, maintenance, fuel, labor costs, availability of financing, and vacancy rates. I want to remind you that less than a week ago, we had Flushing Bank go through a merger in which they, again, one of the last few available banks for rent-stabilized properties, left the city and said, we will no longer be doing that. They got rid of their rent-stabilized portfolio. So when people here say, take another loan, there's nowhere to actually take that loan from. I have applied for a hardship exemption. The program does not work. I have opened my books. Look, if buildings are in poor condition, we should fix them. If tenants are having hardship, we should use SCREE, DRE, Section 8, every other assistance program in the book to help them out. The point of this board is not to help, is not to be a social program. It is to look at the economics of the city, and your own studies have shown that the costs have gone up. The water board just used a deck that honestly I could scratch out their name and write my own, and it would be my own financial situation. They got 6%. Con Ed raised our rates as well. Tracy Towers just decided that 30% increases were needed to cover mortgages and other expenses, not repairs. The HPD commissioner specifically said none of this money will go to repairs. It will only go to operating the building. That's the situation many small property owners are in. If we don't like
Thank you for your
Linda
testimony.
Rosenthal is right there. She can fix it.
Thank you. Andrew Betts. Is Andrew here? Andrew Betts, followed by Paolis Urena.
Hello, my name is Paoli Sureña, and I'm a member of the Tenants and Neighbors. I've lived in Washington Heights for the past 5 years. My landlord is A&E Real Estate, so you know I'm here to demand a rent rollback. I work anywhere from 50 to 65 hours a week. Any free time that I have, I spend running personal errands or holding out for more gigs. Roughly 40% of my income goes directly to rent. Life often has to take a back seat to work in order to keep the roof over my head. I, like many New Yorkers, am rent burdened. With all the time I spend working and commuting in the city, one would think that reaching home base would provide a sense of relief. Unfortunately, this is not the case. A&E Real Estate, valued at nearly $4 billion and ranked #1 worst landlord in New York City, refuses to sufficiently maintain its properties. From top to bottom, this building is marred with leaks, cracked walls, and chipped paint. It's infested with mice, rats, and roaches. Fire damage from a year ago remains ignored in my apartment. A&E is an incompetent property manager who does not deserve to be rewarded with yet another rent increase that will inevitably and assuredly be squandered. A rent freeze would not increase affordability in this city. Roll back the rents and reinvest in New Yorkers, the same New Yorkers that provide the culture that makes the city great, and that the landlords profit off of. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolis. Last call for Andrew Betts.
Yep, that's me. First of all, I live in a stabilized unit. I am humbled by all of the people who are speaking up and advocating who do not have the protections of stabilization. So I know that there is risk involved in that. I appreciate everyone speaking up. I am also an artist in the city. I live at 40 St. Nicholas Place. Our building is managed by Friedman Management. There are absolutely systems in place for us to have issues addressed in our building. Unfortunately, those systems are often not in much better condition than the building itself. Now, while those systems get up to speed, I mean, we can feel parts of New York getting better, right? It's becoming, please see the Knicks. But as those systems are catching up, renters need the opportunity to catch up as well. We are not here to maintain and clean a playground for the rich. And I say that as an actor. We are happy to provide services, but this city is for everyone who lives here. I humbly ask, if you cannot maintain your building, that you sell it. All right? We can let the market work in our favor in that way. So, finally, I believe I stand with Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation, who is our tenant advocator and organizer. I'm with my building's tenant association. I stand with them in calling for not just a rent freeze, but a rent roll back. When renters can catch up, the city can soar. So roll back to speed forward.
Thank you. And before I call the next group of names, I just want to make another quick reminder. If you're here and you haven't checked in at the front desk, check-in is open and registration is open until 8 p.m. You must register in order to speak. So even if you've pre-registered, just make sure you check in with the staff at the front desk.
Buenas tardes, solo le quiero recordar que si ustedes quieren hablar, por favor, tienen hasta las 8 de la noche para inscribirse a hablar, y si aún ya se inscribieron, por favor, verifique que está inscrito con las personas, el personal que está atrás. Muchas gracias. Tienen de nuevo hasta las 8 de la noche para inscribirse para hablar.
Thank you. So next I will call Maria Fernanda Perez, followed by New York City Council Member Gail Brewer, followed by Ramon Garcia and Generva Shea. If you could make your way toward the microphones. Thank you.
Sí. Buenas tardes a los miembros de la Junta y a todos los presentes. Mi nombre es Fernanda Pérez. Soy miembro del Comité de Michael Road, New York, y vivo en un apartamento con alquiler estabilizado. Hoy estoy aquí para exigir el congelamiento total de las rentas, porque la situación económica para las familias trabajadoras en esta ciudad ya es insostenible.
Good afternoon to members of the board and everyone that's present. My name is Fernanda Perez. I'm a member of Make the Road New York, and I live in a rent-stabilized apartment. I'm here to demand a rent freeze, a total rent freeze, because the economic situation for working families in this city is it's just not sustainable.
Un aumento de renta es injustificable cuando los propietarios se niegan a invertir en los edificios y pretenden cobrar tarifas de lujo por viviendas que se están deteriorando y todo está viejo. Mi propia experiencia demuestra que pagar la renta puntual no garantiza una vida digna.
An increase in rent is unjustifiable when the landlords are refusing to invest in their buildings and they just want to and assume that they're going to just charge these like luxury rental prices for apartments that are deteriorating and that are old. My personal experience shows that paying your rent on time does not guarantee a dignified living space.
En el año 2022, cuando mi padre me entregó el contrato de la casera, prefirió arrastrarme a una batalla legal antes de concederme mi derecho de sucesión. Tuve que costear la ayuda de un abogado para que finalmente en diciembre del 2023 me dieran el contrato que por ley me correspondía.
In 2022, when my father gave me the lease, the landlady preferred to just take me to court to deal with like a whole legal battle instead of like acknowledging my right of succession. So I had to find the help of a lawyer that finally in December of 2023 gave me the lease that was legally belonged to me.
Luego en el 2024, mientras yo pagaba mi renta mes a mes sin falla, pasé inviernos enteros congelándome. Tuve que llamar rápidamente al 311 porque nos cortaban la calefacción y el agua caliente. No era justo este estado de vida, pero sin embargo los aumentos siguen.
Later in 2024, while I was paying my rent month to month without fail, I spent entire winters freezing, and I had to constantly call 311 because they would turn off the heat and the hot water. And it's not fair living in this way. However, the increases continued.
En el 2025, al renovar el contrato, intentaron imponerme un contrato ilegal con cobros y condiciones que no me correspondían, obligándome de nuevo a buscar apoyo legal en la organización Se Hace Camino a Nueva York para frenar el abuso económico. A pesar de estos abusos de vivienda, también como inquilinos estamos sufriendo impactos de inflación.
So in 2025, upon renewing the lease, they tried to then give me an illegal lease with certain charges and fees and conditions that did not apply to me, forcing me to find legal help again with Make the Road, New York, in order to stop this economic abuse. But notwithstanding these housing abuses, also tenants are also suffering the impacts of inflation.
Pedimos pagar más cuando los salarios no alcanzan, es empujarnos directamente al desalojo y la precariedad. Cada vez que he alzado la voz para exigir que el departamento valga lo que pago, la respuesta de mi casera ha sido el hostigamiento, los gritos y las amenazas.
And to ask us to pay more when our salaries are not increasing is basically pushing us directly to eviction and to potential homelessness.
Gracias, Fernanda.
Every time that I have raised my voice to demand that the department be worth what I pay, the landlady's response has been harassment, screaming, and threats.
Gracias, Fernanda.
Gracias,
¿Me puedes decir esto más?
Oh, there's more.
Hoy les quiero preguntar directamente a los miembros de esta Junta.
I just want like to ask the board directly.
¿Debemos pagar más renta para que nos sigan hostigando, humillando y gritando en nuestras propias casas?
Should we pay more rent to then be harassed, humiliated, and screamed at in our own homes?
¿Ustedes aprobarían un aumento de precio por un servicio que no funciona, por un departamento sin calefacción en el invierno y que ni siquiera esté registrado legalmente ante la ciudad?
Would you approve an increase in rent for services that don't work, for an apartment without heat in the winter, and that it's not even legally registered in the city?
Gracias, Fernanda. Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias, señora Fernanda.
Councilmember Brewer, when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm Gail Brewer, City Council member for the Upper West Side and parts of Clinton. Thank you. Thank you. The Rent Guidelines Board, the guidelines of 0 to 2% for a 1-year lease and 0 to 4% for a 2-year lease. This upper limit does not sufficiently alleviate tenants' financial burden. After 4 consecutive years of rent increases, the 2 million New Yorkers in stabilized apartments cannot afford anything short of a rent freeze. New Yorkers and Upper West Side residents have spent the past year confronting exorbitant costs. According to several surveys, median rent on the Upper West Side increased 8.5% between 2019 and 2024. And just recently, rents on the Upper West Side non-dormant 2-bedroom apartments increased 7.7% in a month, the largest month-to-month ever increase. Significant in Manhattan, where renters account for 75.7% of households. That's a lot. Rents in Manhattan rose 7% from last year, and that's up to $5,125 per month in the month of May median. That's an all-time high. Available listings fell by 21%. We are getting killed on the rent. The consequences are the following. Eviction Lab has tracked 113,000 filings over the last 12 months, 37,000 in 2026 alone. And we know that the majority of the tenants are rent burdened, a third spending more than half on their rent. In our office, every single day, people are coming in with eviction issues and housing issues, as you can imagine. To help meet this need, we have a housing clinic, we have all the ways, but we cannot solve the problems through constituent services alone. We work on SCREE, we work on DREE. We thank the state legislature for helping us move SCREE from $50,000 to $75,000 a year. That's fabulous news, but it doesn't solve the problem. The Rent Guidelines Board has to provide broad-based relief. Unlike benefit programs that require tenants to navigate a complex application process, we just need to have a 0 rent increase. Now, I know small owners have legitimate freezes concerns. I own a building. I know aware of the financials. But they often face different economic realities than larger landlords. That is important, particularly with respect to property taxes and operating costs. And I know that that is an issue that has to be addressed with a different way of calculating property taxes. But the Rent Guidelines Board own research shows the overall financial stability of rent-stabilized housing, and it shows that the inflation-adjusted net operating income for rent-stabilized properties increased 2.2%. The board also found that inflation-adjusted sales prices increased by 20%.
Thank you, Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much.
Ramon Garcia, then we'll have Ginevra Shea, Alicia Singham Goodwin, followed by Manhattan Borough President Brad Hoylman-Siegel.
Hello, my name is Ramon Garcia. Since 2010, I have consistently worked 1 full-time job and at times additional part-time jobs. In fact, I worked 1 full-time and 2 part-time jobs for 5 years straight. My workload is hefty, but as a math educator for adult learners, I'm paid decently. So there's no reason to think that I would need to dig elbow deep in street-side trash cans for recyclables to cash out. But I have and I do, because collecting cans is a vital means of survival in an environment of profit over all else, where landlords always concoct some reason to justify raising rents. It's grimy time cash for the odd bits of city life, train fare, a bag of rice, and a shirt for my son. I wonder if the landlords like Goldmont Realty Corporation, who own the 83-unit rent-stabilized building in Flatbush where my son and I live, collect cans on the streets too. To explore this question, I will share my monthly savings and ask that you compare it to the landlords. Please, post rent and bills. Here's what my son and I have left over for the last 6 months. $135, $27, $93, $56, $36, and $65. Now let's see it, landlords. Show us your money. Arguably, my cultural, ethnic, and socioeconomic circumstances perfectly explain with predictive exactitude my earning potential and corresponding difficulty with savings. Yet an alternative argument just might be that the rents are too goddamn high. Throughout this year, I will earn $52,229 and pay $20,760 in rent for a decrepit one-bedroom. That's roughly 40% of my total income, not including bottles and cans. Now, if the rents are rolled back, would landlords have to collect cans? Imagine that, landlords and tenants scraping around side by side. Maybe then landlords might recognize the unrelenting toil of the tenant burdened by a rent that is still exorbitant, even though it's stabilized. Maybe then we'd be seen as people and not just peopled avenues to excessive wealth. In closing, we ask that you roll back all rents.
Thank you. Ginevra?
Good evening, my name is Ginevra Shea. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant. I live in Alphabet City. I've lived in my apartment for 5 years. I've returned to the neighborhood where my maternal grandfather, my papi, lived as a young boy. Housing is a fundamental right. Every New Yorker should be able to live in dignity. Therefore, I am asking for a rent rollback. The Manhattan Borough President has said Manhattan and New York City are facing a full-blown affordability crisis, arguably the worst in our city's history. In March of 2025, this RGB published a study which found that from 2022 to 2023, building owners remained profitable with an average revenue over after expenses at 12%. New York Tenants Block study shows an average profit of 30%. Over 5 years, my rent has increased 15.5%. This is abominable. According to a study called From Current Population Survey, wages have decreased an average of 3.2% from July 2022 to May 2026. One of my old jobs was just posted at 11% decrease. As an artist, artists have seen a record decrease of 39% in sales over the past 6 years. I also work more than full-time as a 1099 grant writer for artists, arts nonprofits, and affordable housing nonprofits. With the recent loss of healthcare subsidies, my monthly health insurance has gone up to $500 a month. Since 2020, food costs have gone up 25 to 30%, and my student loans are in repayment. Like many working-class Americans, my financial picture has changed dramatically over the past 3 years. Everything I make goes towards basic costs of living and debt repayment. This is insane. We need immediate relief now. Myself and many New Yorkers are one unexpected medical bill or job loss away from becoming homeless. I'm asking once again to roll back the rent. Meet this historic moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Alicia Singham-Goodwin. I live in West Harlem, where I've been a rent-stabilized tenant for 10 years. My partner and I are new parents to a 6-month-old. It's getting close to bedtime. And we pay 1/3 of our household income in rent, which is unsustainable for us. I am here to call for a rent freeze on 1- and 2-year leases. All leases, no increases. Rent stabilization has really shaped my life in New York City. It is what has given us the stability to be able to start thinking about starting a family, setting down roots, and it's actually really beautiful. being in a rent-stabilized apartment building means that I know I'm going to be there for decades. My kid is going to grow up in the apartment that we're in. And all of my neighbors also know that, and so it lets us really invest in our relationships with each other. We've all gotten to know each other. We help each other out. My next-door neighbor in the building already had a kid. When she found out I was pregnant, she sent over her crib and baby clothes and toys so that we could use them. Now she just had another baby. We sent it all back across the hall. And I really hope that we get to stay friends and our kids get to grow up as friends. But if we get priced out of our apartment, or if they do, that ruins everything that we've been building together. And so we really need a rent freeze. That is what will let families like mine stay in New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have Manhattan Borough President Brad Hoylman-Siegel.
Good evening, and thank you, members of the Rent Guideline Board, especially the chair and the executive director, and thank you, Symphony Space. Can we give them a round of applause for hosting us? As you well know, affordable housing is our city's most pressing public policy issue. Manhattan's average rent hit $5,711 a month as of January. And just yesterday, it was announced that the median rent has hit an all-time high of $5,125. More than 60% of Manhattan residents are renters. Nearly 1/2 of households are rent burdened, and 1/4 or more are severely rent burdened. The rental vacancy rate at a historic low of 1.4% leaves renters with almost no options to move when they can't afford their rent increases. Tenants need a rent freeze this year. There are almost 1 million rent-stabilized apartments in New York City, an invaluable source of affordable housing. I'm thrilled that you, the Rent Guidelines Board, is considering a rent freeze. Now is the time to enact it. To protect tenants and address our housing crisis, we have to use every tool available. That's why in my role as Manhattan Borough President, I've said yes to all the housing development proposals across my desk in the last 6 months, recommending approval of applications that'll build 1,400 new units of housing in Manhattan, including 560 permanently affordable units. My office is deeply committed to supporting efforts by tenants and advocates to organize for dignity, respect, and improved living conditions. They need support for government. That's why I'm pleased to announce that just this week, I appointed a director for borough tenant organizing who will be on the ground in buildings and community centers and neighborhoods across Manhattan. Our borough organizer will work with tenants and CBOs throughout the borough to organize a Manhattan Tenants Union, helping tenants to learn their rights and connect them to each other and the resources our office and the city can deploy for them. Let me just close with this, which is, for the last 4 years, the Rent Guidelines Board has increased rents above what tenants can afford. Another rent increase this year would risk further displacement. I urge you to thus freeze the rent for rent-stabilized tenants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Borough President. Next, I will welcome Josefina Ventura, Alice Nora, Susanna Perlman, and Kenny Schaefer. Again, that's Josefina Ventura, Alice Nora, Susanna Perlman, and Kenny Schaefer. Please make your way toward the microphones.
Good evening. My name is Josefina Ventura, co-chair of Riverside Edgecombe Neighborhood Association in Washington Heights. Actually, we are having extremely difficult economic times due to the fact that income has not risen up faster than rent in New York City. We're experiencing salaries or time reductions in our jobs. Average wages in real times are declining, and tenants are spending larger portions of their net income in rent, medical bills, medication, the cost of food
we are putting our table is skyrocketing. The monthly cost of electricity and gas are getting high. What about transportation? Tenants are rent burdened throughout New York City, paying between 30 to 50% of their net income in rent, not counting the cost of supporting their families, especially single mothers that I call champions. What about our senior citizens that have fixed incomes and a lot of benefits reduction due to the budget cuts? Landlords are having huge profits. Otherwise, they would not be buying and operating buildings in New York City. Part of the money they collect in rents are not back into the building to improve and repair the units. Rent-stabilized tenants cannot afford more increases. Increasing our rents will add more homelessness to the actual housing crisis we already have. Many renters have fallen paying their rent, then taken to civil court, ending up losing their homes, while others have to make difficult trade-offs between rent, food, medical care, transit fare, and other necessities. And I have a question for you. During the last past 4 years of former Mayor Adams, we have averaged 12% increases in rent. So why do we have to approve another penny in rent increases to the landlord? We really need a rent rollback this time.
Yes. Thank you for your testimony. Alice, when you're ready.
My name is Alice Nora. I have been a tenant in Hamilton Heights for 13 years and have lived in the same rent-stabilized apartment since 2013. My lease renews on November 1st, 2026, making this vote pivotal for my future as a resident in this neighborhood and this city. I am here today alongside fellow tenants and neighbors to urge this board to vote for a 0% rent freeze on all upcoming leases, but urge for a rent rollback. Currently, I spend 44% of my monthly income just to keep a roof over my head, making me severely rent burdened. The basic cost of living in New York City has skyrocketed, and working class renters cannot absorb the financial strain. What makes the burden even harder to bear is my landlord and management company routinely ignore requests for basic repairs. Over the past several winters, my fellow tenants and I have endured weeks without heat and hot water with no communication from management. Their neglect has also forced me to cover costs that should have been their responsibility. I've had to purchase a new refrigerator after they refused to replace an aging unit that could no longer maintain safe temperatures and caused my food to spoil. In the last 3 years alone, my building has suffered a major fire that caused significant damage to multiple units, many of which remain unrepaired. The building has also experienced 2 pipe bursts that flooded my apartment. Due to the lack of response from the superintendent, landlord, and management, I had to call the fire department myself. The resulting damage to my apartment has still not been repaired. Despite the repeated rent increases, my building was placed on the Alternative Enforcement Program, or AEP, because of the number of violations and complaints filed with the city. That reality makes it clear that rent increases are not being used to maintain or improve housing conditions, but rather to protect landlord profits. If you approve another rent hike this year, it will force families throughout my community, neighbors I have come to know, care for, and look after, to make the impossible choices of remaining in their homes. I urge you to consider the human cost of this decision and vote in favor of the rent freeze that Mayor Mamdani campaigned on and that tenants across the city desperately need.
Thank you, Nora.
Thank you for your time.
We'll go to you, Kenny. And again, Susanna Perlman, if you're here, please make your way to the microphone when you're ready, Kenny.
Good evening. My name is Kenny Schaefer. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant and a lifelong resident of the Upper West Side. Thanks to that, so welcome. I'm a member of Met Council Action and chair of our board of directors, and I work as a tenant lawyer with the Legal Aid Society. When I first got to the Queen's office 20 years ago, clients who had to move could find a new apartment for $600 or $800 a month. Those days are a distant memory, thanks largely to compounded RGB increases year after year, which drove rents to the record levels we see today. Almost everyone, except maybe Kenny Burgos and his benefactors, agrees that rents are too damn high. By almost everyone, I don't just mean Mayor Mamdani and the people who elected him, but even Governor Hochul, who said as much in her State of the State address earlier this year. When the volume is too loud, we lower it. When the lights are too bright, we lower them. What do we do when the rents are too high? When Eric Adams took office in 2018, there was already a chronic and acute affordability crisis. We called for a rent freeze, but instead got 7 more years of compounded increases. So if you just rolled back the rents to their 2018 levels, you would only be restoring an already unacceptable status quo. Meanwhile, landlords are making out like bandits. According to your 2026 income and expense study, owners' net operating income averages 36.4% industry-wide, 36 cents of every rent dollar going into their bank accounts. By contrast, when national grocery stores took advantage of the supply chain crisis to raise their net operating income from 6% to 7%, the Federal Trade Commission opened an investigation into price gouging. We hear anecdotal stories and unsworn testimony about struggling owners, but under the rent stabilization law, any landlord who isn't making a fair rate of return, if they open their books, they can get a special hardship increase on top of what the RGB orders for 1 million households. But a fair rate of return under the statute is defined by law as 5%, not 36.4%. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Next, I will welcome Micah Kay, David Wang, Anthony Gargiulio, and Emma Rahak.
Say it again, please.
Yes, Micah Kay, David Wang, Anthony Gargiulio, and Emma Rahak. When you're ready.
Hi, my name is Michelle. I live in a rent-stabilized one-bedroom whose rents increased more than $500 since 2019. And to address the myth of the small-time landlord Bronstein Properties, over 6,000 apartments. So obviously advocating for a rent rollback. I've no doubt that each of us has felt the economic weight of the post-COVID world. So the burden of inflation should not fall on us tenants when landlords have increasingly made record profit these past years, either hoarding stabilized apartments or charging nearly triple from voucher recipients. Landlords are the ones that need to be responsible for the rising costs of inflation. Everybody, especially politicians during elections, talks about the millionaire tax or the billionaire tax, but nobody's passed it. Tax the rich and make them pay for quality, affordable housing. Every month, 1 in 3 New Yorkers faces the choice of more than half of their income going to rent, leaving them scrounging for groceries and transportation. That's why we need housing based on community necessity, not corporate profit. The only solution is to take the profit out of housing. When housing panels are controlled by landlords only concerned about lining their pockets, it leads to the housing affordability crisis we got now. So we need a government that'll treat these high rent prices like the public health crisis it is. And fearless representatives who create policy truly for the public, like removing the federal ban on public housing construction that's existed for decades, and passing the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act that gives tenants the first right to purchase in the communities they were born and raised in, okay? Not absentee landlords out of state or out of the country. Drastic times call for drastic measures. We demand radical action for this crisis and radical organizing. And I'm gonna say this, when evictions were at an all-time high in the 30s, it was the communists who coordinated rent strikes and mobilized to unevict tenants back inside faster than landlords could kick them out of their homes.
Thank you for your testimony.
This is what created the rent control legislation and the RGB that we have right now.
Thank you for your testimony.
We need that energy and that organization. We need a rent roll back. 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 Rent roll back.
David Wang.
Hi, my name is David Wang, and I am a youth member at CAV Chinatown Tenants Union. I'm currently a freshman at Hunter College, and I have lived in Chinatown for my whole life. I currently live in a rent-stabilized apartment, and I want to add on to what other tenants have said about freezing the rent by sharing my own story. I want to advocate for the rent freeze since I've been through a lot of conditions and problems in my own household, such as large amounts of pests like cockroaches, rodents, and bite bugs, plus no running water and leaking ceilings. My family works hard for the increasing rent, and I also try to support them by using the money I've saved from my summer job to help pay the rent. It makes me very sad to see my apartment fall apart while the rent has been increasing. My mom works many hours and up to 12-hour shifts as a caretaker to pay the rent. My sister, who is also a student, has also had to work part-time to be able to make ends meet. I want to be able to support my family when rent is increasing, and I'm trying to work more so I can support with paying the rent. Landlords are not taking initiative to repair buildings even though we are paying more for what we're living in. It is upsetting to see so many other tenants struggle with unfair living conditions with such high rent. I want to reiterate to tenants that have been testifying. We do not want any more rent increases, and we are demanding a rent freeze now. We also demand for landlords to maintain our apartments to make sure that the rent we pay goes towards our housing and not landlord debts. Tenants demand no increases on all leases.
Thank you. Anthony Gargiulo. Is Anthony here? When you're ready.
In nature's grand scheme, greed is natural, greed is good. But maximizing profits by withholding heat is a form of social injustice the RGB can stop. Yeah. It's unconscionable that the lack of adequate heat year after year in some New York City apartments still exists. Yes. Yes. The board possesses the remedy to solve this problem by freezing rents until no apartment in New York is without the legally mandated level of heat. Yes, yes, yes. Consider the plight of my two aging and disabled neighbors. They're both living adjacent to each other. They suffer year after year without sufficient heat due to a heat circulation blockage that's within the wall. Being in the minority, their plight goes unrecognized. So they freeze each year because the landlord doesn't want to spend the money for the costly repair. When the board grants rent increases, it's with the expectation the extra money would be used to repair such problems. But the landlords typically, as we know, use the money to renovate newly vacated apartments. If you recognize the abundance of heat complaints, you have the power to freeze rents in recognition of the cold many households suffer with. The reality is so pervasive and common that there was a Law and Order episode based on this very practice. I conclude with my plea to correct this problem by freezing rents in recognition of how many tenants are freezing in their apartments. Perhaps you...
Thank you, Anthony.
Perhaps you can call this the rent freeze for the frozen.
Thank you for your testimony.
We depend on the Rent Guidelines Board to roll back rents also in protest of how previous rent increases have not resulted in the repairs.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we'll have Emma Rayhack, followed by Carolyn Meckles, Guillermo Perez, and Amadou Jagurdar.
My name is Emma Rayhack. I'm the founding director of the Youth Alliance for Housing, and I'm a rent-stabilized tenant. I was adopted from China, and I have been living in New York since I was 1 year old. Being severed from my cultural heritage and ancestry, and then being adopted by an immigrant, New York became my homeland. I am grateful and proud to be a New Yorker, and I am here today because I love this city, I love my neighbors, and I want to make sure that we, the tenants of New York, the people who make the city run, get to stay in our homes. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment in Washington Heights, in a building owned by Summit Properties, recently auctioned off by Pinnacle Group. I share a lease with 2 roommates that I met on Facebook, because in this economy, there are entire internet communities dedicated to connecting total strangers with one another so we can keep a roof over our heads. I am rent burdened, working full-time and paying 30% of my income on rent. The orphanage I lived in as a baby distributed vaccines without clean needles, giving me hepatitis C. After many years of compounded stress and trauma, I developed fibromyalgia, limiting the kind of work that is accessible to me. I have been living on my own, paying my own rent since I got kicked out of my house at 18 years old. Balancing rent, groceries, and medical care, I am forced to ruminate on every dollar I spend. And today, only the most privileged young people have the chance to have a childhood, to focus on their education, to stay in the communities that we grew up in. And that ain't right. The rent was already too damn high before the increases we experienced under Adams. All the while, the conditions of our homes have continued to decrease. Our landlords' incomes are not in crisis. It is our basic need for safe shelter that is in crisis. And the Rent Guidelines Board has continued to prioritize bricks and glass and the pockets of property owners over the working people, the human beings who are the lifeline of New York.
Thank you, Emma.
The tenants you've heard from throughout these hearings have exercised an enormous amount of bravery. If the rent increases, we will be pushed out of our city. If the rent stays the same, it might stop further harm, but it doesn't really matter because we already can't breathe.
Thank you, Emma.
I hope you will have even a fraction of the bravery my neighbors have shown and make the choice to do something historic, something that will provide actual relief to the New Yorkers and roll back the rent.
Thank you.
Roll back the rent. Roll back the rent. Roll back the rent.
Carolyn Meckles.
Thank you very much for listening to me as a landlord. I have an 18-foot wide building. It is teeny. We have 5 tenants. I live in the building. Over the 25 years I have lived here, the building has never made a profit over the 25 years. Yes, some years we make money, but every time I have a capital repair, a hot water tank, a boiler, a roof, I lose money that's so significant that only takes 4 to 5 years to capture that money back. The only reason why I continue to be a landlord is because I was able to raise my children here and that my husband has a good job. This year, and in every year, my taxes go up 8%. That's Mandani's fault. That's every mayor in our city's fault. If you want my rent to come down, no problem. Freeze my taxes. Freeze my taxes, then I can make and keep my rent level. 25% is taxes, 25% is mortgage, 25% is utilities. Utilities is in the city's requirements. I have no other thing to say, but if you want the rent to stay flat, then the government has to help the landlord keep it. Flattening the rent, keeping it frozen just eliminates landlords like me. If you want fair landlords, then listen to them. Thank you very much for listening to me, because if you want to keep rent and keep stabilized apartments out of the big corporations that do freeze out tenants, then you need to give us a rent increase, because that's the only way that people like me will survive. 2% a rent increase, it only covers the increase in the New York City taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Guillermo Perez. We'll have Guillermo Perez, followed by Amadul Jagardar and Hannah Mosenthal. Is Guillermo here? How about Amadul? Hannah Mosenthal? Bernard Helgeson? Great. Come on up, Bernard. And then we'll have T. Gonzalez, followed by Janine Sierri. When you're ready, Bernard.
Thank you. Thank you, Board. I'm going to make this quick and painless. My name is Bernard, B-E-R-N-H-A-R-D, middle name Christian, last name Helgeson, H-E-L-G-A-S-O-N. I am professionally known by the term Bernmeister, B-E-R-N-M-E-I-S-T-E-R. If any of the good people here or you would like to know more about me, including my academic work, which focuses, among other things, on how to create affordable housing, that is generally available at bernmeister.com. However, I earlier today, following your guidelines, submitted testimony, written testimony. You should have it, including my business card. This is a concept called channeled regulation. I'm going to leave with this, gentlemen, my business card, so that in case there is any snafu and you don't have it, you can contact me. The situation is a complete and total mess on everything. The good news is I have figured out a way how to make a capitalist plus, capitalist-based cost-plus approach, which actually creates affordable housing by improved and better regulation, which interjects competition into the elements, and that will drive down prices. Obviously, I cannot summarize that here, and that is beyond the general scope of the immediate scope of the board, which is to discuss a rent increase or rollback or a freeze. But I would ask you, when you get this information, to rip it apart, put it back together again, and then, when you do not find any flaw in this theory, that you then consider my testimony to be that of an expert witness. And in my opinion, as an expert witness, if you maintain the same, you're going to wind up with more inflation, and that is the greater evil.
Thank you,
what
Bernard.
we need is a rent roll back.
Thank you for your testimony. Is T. Gonzalez here?
Hi, T. Gonzalez. I live here on the Upper West Side also, and I would like to speak to the smaller populations. I understand a lot of people, like the landlords that are smaller landlords, have been, voicing their concerns. However, I do also, just down the street, live at the West Wing, and myself and our other tenants are the West Wing Alliance. We have been battling with our landlord and are still in litigation. We have tried rent withholding. We have 476 complaints right now that are still filed with the city. We have over 276 violations in our building, and our landlord has said he's not going to put any money into our building. We still do not have a working elevator. We have one unit. I have 70, 80, and 90-year-olds on our 5th and 6th floors. And for some reason, nobody can explain to me why the city hasn't stepped in. We're dealing with like HPD attorneys, and I'm just bewildered how after 3 years we do not have a working landlord or a working elevator. It has driven tenants out of our building. They're warehousing over 25% of our units currently, and they're trying to drive out our older seniors who have lived in the building longer than I've been alive and are still rent stabilized as well. And that's putting them in jeopardy. It's elderly abuse, and I do not understand how this continues to happen. The rent should not just be frozen. It needs to be rolled back. We were served new leases with a 5% increase. Those that were deregulated apartments got 15 and 20% increases. But people are so in fear of losing their homes that they're agreeing to that ludicrousy. So I asked, at the very least, just freeze the rent and consider your last decision of not rolling it back. Please do that for us.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to make one more announcement that registration closes at 8 o'clock. So again, if you would like to testify, you do need to register with the staff at the front, and you can do so until 8 o'clock.
Señores, un anuncio más. De nuevo, tienen hasta las 8 de la noche, unos minutitos para inscribirse si quisieran hablar. Y si quieren inscribirse, lo tienen que hacer con el personal que está atrás en la mesa. Gracias.
Thank you. So I will now welcome Janine Sieri, Mariette Strauss, Frederick Miller, and Marin Hurley. If you've heard your name, please make your way to the microphone when you're ready.
I have some documents that I would look at while I do you need them back? Things. Today, I am presenting evidence that Penal Law 210 and 175 have been violated in the second degree, a Class A misdemeanor, and third degree, a felony, by landlord Yaron LLC, owners that have many LLCs and own over 50 buildings. I am one tenant. I'm sure this is pervasive through all their buildings. In 2019, owners knowingly lied in New York Supreme Court sworn affidavits to try to sway the judge's opinion in their favor. Yona Halton and Aaron Jungries, Yaron LLC, violated penal law repeatedly, stating that Yona Halton was never a member in Yaron LLC. He was a lowly fired manager. This is important as in December 2018, Yona Halton filed an MCI with DHCR as owner's agent, member of Yaron LLC, in the affirmation of owner. The work was not completed as affirmed. A 535-page tenant response signed by all 48 tenants showed these lies with evidence. But despite this, DHCR approved the MCI in September 2025. In summer 2024, Yaron LLC's managing agent, Judah Stern, falsified his term of employment as managing agent in 2 separate cases in New York Civil Court. Each case was based on different facts to sway the opinions of judges in his favor. A third-degree felony. Owners like ours repeatedly certify completion of HPD violations when they haven't even scheduled repairs. Affirmations submitted to DHCR state, I further understand that making a false statement herein, knowing such statement to be false, and or offering such false statement for filing each Class A misdemeanors pursuant to the penal law of the state of New York. I understand that conviction of a Class A misdemeanor may result in a period of imprisonment not to exceed 1 year, but we don't put them in jail. DHCR rewards them, granting their request, and the Rent Guidelines Board rewards them with rent increases.
Thank you
the
for your
evidence
testimony.
is there. Do not reward these illegal, perjurious lies. Roll back rents.
Thank you. Mariette Strauss.
Hello, my name is Mariette Strauss. I am a kindergarten teacher and I am the mother of 2. I have lived in rent-stabilized buildings since 2011 in Harlem, taking a 2-year break, living in a rent-stabilized unit during COVID, and then back to a rent-stabilized place in April of 2023 when I was 7 months pregnant. To say that every building I have been in, actually since 2011, the 2 buildings that I have been in that are rent stabilized have been so neglected by the owners and the managers. I don't even know how to contact my owners or my managers. I am not saying anything new that you have heard today. What I can tell you is that when I'm on the phone with 311, when HPD comes to my apartment, waiting at any time, I don't know, just on a Tuesday, and I have to just wait there the entire time, that is time and that is money. I do not have money to pay my rent, to pay for my childcare of my 2 children in Harlem as a kindergarten teacher, as an educator in this great city that I love. When my now 1-year-old started to learn how to crawl, there were dead cockroaches that I had to worry about. Since September, the front door to my building on 116th Street is open to the public. Not my landlord, because I don't know how to get a hold of them. At least my manager, who doesn't respond to me, knows this. I say, I left work today. There is someone sleeping in my lobby smoking crack who is unhoused. You tell me that I'm supposed to call the NYPD to solve this? Absolutely not. Then this person is also sleeping in our garbage area that has urine and just feces all over it.
Thank you for your testimony.
So I am just going to say to you that it is so unethical, it is so unjust to be able to demand this of us when we are living in unsanitary conditions, when our mental health is at stake, when our health is at stake, and it's not just for me, it's for the future generations of New Yorkers. Think about this when you make your decision.
Is Frederick Miller here? Frederick Miller? Marion Hurley?
Good evening, members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Maren Hurley-Matz, and I'm a proud rent-stabilized tenant in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn. I'm here to urge the members of the board to freeze the rents on both 1- and 2-year leases. Living in a rent-stabilized apartment allows me to work providing free legal assistance every day to low-income New Yorkers facing economic justice challenges like frozen bank accounts, wage garnishments, and abusive debt collection. I see every day how hard New Yorkers struggle to afford to stay here. And for myself, even with a full-time job, I still spend more than 1/3 of my income on rent and struggle to pay other bills. Under the previous administration, the RGB raised the rent 12%. My landlord does not deserve another rent increase. Tenants in our building faced weeks without heat during one of the coldest winters on record recently. We are still waiting for mold and water damage remediation after failure to maintain the roof caused a major flood in 2025. They are unresponsive to our complaints and to our complaints to the city. Meanwhile, multiple apartments in the building have been held vacant for years. We deserve safe and affordable housing, and landlords are providing neither right now, while the majority of tenants continue to struggle to make ends meet. It should not be tenants' responsibility to bail landlords out. The RGB's increases have been more than would have been required to maintain operating costs for landlords. We cannot continue this exploitation of working-class New Yorkers. Freezing the rent is the absolute bare minimum the board can do today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next names I will call are Vara Kilgore, Michael Lee, Janice Sakota, and Ramona Wooden. If you've heard your name, please make your way toward the microphone. That's Vara Kilgore, Michael Lee, Janice Sakota, and Ramona Wooden.
Hi, my name is Vajra Kilgour.
Thank you.
I'm a rent-stabilized tenant. When I came to New York City in 1966, there were, 3 dozen homeless people? There are now close to 100,000 people staying in shelters each night. That is a result of a grand social experiment in which it was decided housing will not be treated as a necessity. Housing will not be treated as a human right. It will be a commodity. It will be a source of untold wealth, like an oil well or a gold mine. And I have been coming to these hearings, woman, girl, and old lady, and the small landlords haven't been trotted out until this year for quite a while, but now the landlords come, they cry and they cry, and they lie and they lie. When people in luxury developments are forming tenant unions because they can't get repairs and their buildings are not being maintained, and they are paying rents that are beyond what I could imagine, then we must draw the conclusion that the amount of rent has nothing to do with maintenance. Nada. Nada. Maintenance is an enforcement issue.
Yes.
Maintenance is an enforcement issue. You cannot solve that problem by giving landlords more money.
Right.
You cannot.
That's right.
I've come here, people have said, oh, I have to choose between food and medicine. And the landlord say, what? They have money for food or medicine? Give it to us. And the RGB says, okay. And then the landlords come and say, oh, property taxes, oh, Con Ed, which is a thief, I grant you. Oh, this, oh, that. Please, please solve our problems on the backs of the tenants. Solve our problems on the backs of the tenants. Let's not look for any other solutions. Just solve it on the backs of the tenants. Give us money, give us money, give us money, give us money. We don't have their damn money.
Thank you, Vajra.
Roll the rent back.
Thank you. Michael Lee.
Hello. My name is Michael Leahy. I'm the tenant of a rent-stabilized apartment in Harlem. I'd like to share with the board some unfortunate news I've received recently. My employer, a multinational billion-dollar corporation, has decided to reduce my salary by 15%. Because of the dire state of the current job market, I've had no choice but to accept this pay cut. Now, my situation is not unique. In fact, I'm lucky to only face a reduction of income rather than a complete loss of income, like many of my colleagues who have been laid off. The real wages of the average New Yorker have decreased by 0.4%. At the same time, inflation has risen by 4%. So tell me, why is it acceptable for my employer to reduce my income, but completely unprecedented to introduce a rent rollback? Why do we act as if the men and women who own buildings have some divine right to our money? Where is the board to protect my interests? The cost of necessities has only gone up, so not only is my income shrinking, the purchasing power of that income is shrinking, but my rent is growing. And the increase in rent money, roughly $200 per month since I moved in, has not gone towards repairs or maintenance. When I saw roaches in my apartment, I had to wait months for them to send an exterminator. I once went nearly a month without a functioning oven. My door does not meet fire safety requirements. I once found myself stuck between floors in my building's elevator, only to find that the help button was not connected to anything. I called the building superintendent on the phone. He told me he was out of town, but his son could come by tomorrow and help me get out of the elevator. My building recently changed ownership, and during the month of transition, both my current and former owner tried to charge me the rent, and the former owner directly debited the money from my account. Now, they no longer owned the building. What were they spending that money on? I have in the past received a past due notice from the electric company telling me the building owner was in violation and asking me, a tenant, to make up the difference. I want to be clear, this is in addition to my own individual power bill. So if the owner was not paying for the electricity, what exactly were they spending the rent money on? Roll back the rent.
Thank you, Michael. Are Janice, Sakota, or Ramona Wooden here?
Hi. Hi, I'm Janice, a rent-stabilized tenant for 43 years. Here are some of my concerns. Rent increases and heating costs. Some landlords do not pay for heat due to a grandfather clause from 1968-1974, thus passing on heating costs to tenants. Under rent stabilization, why do tenants who pay for their own heat pay the same rent increases as those who don't pay for their heat? Why is there no carve-out for these grandfathered buildings? Why is it that no one at the Rent Guidelines Board has ever addressed this? Building habitability and repairs. Excuse me. When my roof needed repairs, the landlord brushed off my concerns. Then one day it started raining inside the building. There were dripping walls, puddles leaking all through the stairwell and in some apartments. It took months of my repetitive screaming to finally get them to fix the roof. Any repairs necessary, from a burnt-out light bulb to a ceiling cave-in, should not require months of wrangling and arguments, then only to hear from New York City Housing, excuse me, that I need an attorney. What are we doing here? Why aren't landlords fulfilling their obligations forthright? The whole job of a landlord is to provide housing, a home, a place where people live their lives, a basic necessity. If these landlords can't provide basic functionality in a landlord-tenant relationship, then they should not be in the business of housing. And the New York City Housing Board should not be complicit in allowing landlords to conduct business that adversely affects tenants' lives. Why should tenants have to pay more? We're not getting what's in the signed contract to begin with. In fact, I'd like to be paid for the work that I do to keep my building up to code and maintain habitability. And
Thank you, Janice.
oddly enough, raising the landlord's property value. 2.4 million rent-stabilized tenants want to know, where is our relief?
Thank you for your testimony. Ramona Wooden. Okay, last call for Ramona, and I will also call up David Chung, Pilar De Jesus, Yun Chen, and Shuhin Liu.
Hello, my name is David, and I am a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. While I am not someone that lives in a rent-stabilized apartment, I know the struggles of what it means to be a tenant in this city. Every time that the Mayor Adams administration and his RGB increased the rents, my rent increased, and so did the rent of millions of other people across the city. How many of you here make $150,000 or more? Raise your hand. Look at this. No one here does. And that is the median rent. Right now, the median rent that people are paying are $4,000. So to be not rent burdened, people would have to make $150,000 or more. And the people of New York City cannot afford that. People cannot afford rent increases. They cannot afford the cost of living crisis that is being caused by the war in Iran, the rising cost of oil, the rising cost of food, the rising cost of energy, the rising cost of every single thing that it costs to make a living here in the city. So as a socialist, I fight for the right for housing for all people as a human right, not as a commodity that the landlords and the ruling class uses as an investment tool. Because every single person here deserves to live freely, to live with dignity, live without the struggle of knowing whether or not they're going to be able to make it another day in the city. So if every one of you are ready to fight for a city for all, a city for the people, not a city for the billionaires, then join us. Let's fight for a rent freeze. Let's fight for a rent rollback. And ultimately, let's fight for rent control because we want to control the city and we want to control housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Pilar?
Good evening. My name is Pilar De Jesus, and I just want to take this opportunity to say, and I'm from New York, and I'm born and raised here, 45 years. So I have a lot of history and knowledge, especially when it comes to the housing crisis. But not only my history and my history knowledge, I also have experience as a professional tenant rights advocate with Take Root Justice and part of the Rent Justice Coalition, and I've been doing that professionally for over 10 years. I also personally have been evicted from my home while advocating for tenants. I ran for office and then a lot of other things. And I say that all to say is that I have a lot of knowledge and experience and history. And I'd like for the board, especially new members, to really go back to the 80s, go back to 9/11. Look at the numbers. There's never been a time the board has ever voted for a negative adjustment, and I'm not sure why. I believe it's not your responsibility not only to think about positive adjustments, but to also think and consider negative adjustments because you're looking at data. I am a little also, I've been doing this for a long time. some of the electeds that I know, like Harvey Epstein, Ben Kalos when he was an elected, Jamani Williams, Gail Brewer, we have been constantly fighting for a rent rollback. So I'm a little unclear why we only think a rent freeze 1 and 2 year is enough. It's not. It's not enough. The tenants need a rollback, and you've heard many reasons to why. Why do we keep rewarding people who are criminals, in my opinion, based on my experience? They are violating court orders. They are violating mortgage agreements. They're violating HPD enforcement. There's no accountability, but like, oh my God, I'm broke. Why don't you have them open their books? When tenants have to go apply for a one-shot deal, which is a loan, they have to open and show why they became burdened. So the landlords, if you're in burden, show us how you became burdened. Maybe it was the boats you bought, or maybe it was the other buildings you bought. I just don't understand what the board is scared of when it comes to thinking for a negative adjustment. What are you scared of? Who are you scared of? Are you scared of the landlords? What are we scared of? Of getting really radical and doing a 1-year rollback and a 2-year rent freeze.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yun Chen.
大家好。
Yun Chen or Shuzin Liu?
This is Mrs. Liu.
Okay, when you're ready, Mrs. Liu.
开始，这太高了吗？太高了，太没到达。大家好，我是唐人街住客协会的会员。我参加唐人街住客协会，他是04年就参加了。
My name is Mrs. Liu. I am a member of Chinatown Tenants Union. I've been part of this tenant union for over 20 years, and I've lived in Chinatown for 30 years.
我姓刘，我是叫刘素贞，我今年73岁了，我已经退休了。
My name is Mrs. Liu. I am over 70 years old, and I've already retired.
我因为我的住那个房子。 那个房东，我96年做起，做了30年了。因为那个房东，前头那个房东是很好，第二那个房东就不好了。我接手住那个房子，住了8个房东了。8个房东基本有4个是坏的，4个是好的。
In my lifetime, I've lived through 8 different landlords in my building. The first landlord was fine, the second landlord was the worst. I can count 4 to 5 bad landlords in my experience.
第2个到第5的房东都是坏的。我因为住那个房子给他那个房东，3年交房租，他不收房租。 那个时间我的孩子、我的老公都在外州，剩我一个人，1个月600块钱。3年不收，我晚上上班到一厂里面去上班，11点回来，他就到我家来骚扰。
The type of landlord harassment I've lived with is like this. For 3 years, my landlord came to my house after I got off my work at the garment factory, and after 10 p.m. he would come to my house to harass me, and my husband was not at home at the time, so it was just me.
我11点半到家，他到我家来，他突然冒出来，我一个人我不知道怎么做。 我就跑到那个走廊里面去叫我们5楼、4楼、3楼，他们2楼的人全部都下来帮我。
It was very frightening. My landlord came and he threatened me, and so the only thing I could do was I came out to the hallway and I called for all the tenants in my building from the 4th floor, from the 5th floor to come support me.
骚扰了3年，他最后他出一个坏事情，他叫我们拿8万块钱，叫我们搬走。我们那个房子里面有10多户人， 他出8万，他们就拿走了，他说我家里有3个孙子很小，他出11万块钱，他叫我搬走。我说我要房子住，我不要钱，11万块钱你拿去买什么东西呀？
Then my landlord was going through offering payouts of $80,000 to the households in my building. He offered it to 10 different households. He came to my household. He offered me $110,000, but I said no because this is my home and I deserve to stay here. What can you buy with 110?
不管他怎么追，不管他怎么做，我肯定不走。 最后到现在，我房子有18年，他们没维修了，都是我自己搞的。他撵我走，我不会走，不管他怎么赶不走。我房子漏，叫他给我弄一道水一下，他不弄，3个月不弄水，我没办法。最后我就把我的房子搞一个洞，搞得他地下室。
I fought my landlord. My landlord fights me, but I will not go. This is my home. I deserve to be here.
Thank you.
我为了自保，我必须要给他漏在他家。
I'm here to fight for my home, and
Thank
把
you.
房子搞个洞，漏在他家里面去。
and we need to ensure that our landlords make our repairs.
Thank you. Yun Chen?
Yeah, yes. Hello， 大家好，我是唐人街，我叫陈云，是唐人街住客协会的会员。
My name's Chen Yun. I'm a member at Chinatown Tenant Union, a CAF.
今天来到租金评审委员会，是因为租金涨得太高了。
I came here today because rent is just too damn high.
现在我们家里两个人都退休了，工资1400，房租1200。
Right now in my household, both me and my husband are retired, and our combined income is $1,400, and rent costs $1,200.
交房租占收入的85%。
This means 85% of our income goes to rent.
可是过去4年房租就涨了12%。
But in the past 4 years, our rent has gone up by 12%.
因为贵族化，唐人街的菜价、物价都比其他社区的高。
Because of gentrification, grocery and cost of living in Chinatown is higher in other neighborhoods.
住客生活靠粮食券和 OTC 卡可以在超市使用，但是接受粮食券的超市价格更高。
We rely on food stamp, SNAP, and OTC for living. These are accepted at supermarkets, but it means these stores also price up their price because of gentrification.
这让我们工人阶级住客压力更大。
And us working class tenants have to shoulder this burden.
我要求房东解决房屋内的漏水问题，要求维修3年了都没解决。
I asked my landlord to fix the leaks in my apartment. I've been asking for 3 years, and the problem's still not been fixed.
房东现在做装修，灰尘飘进我的房子。
The landlord has been renovating the apartments near mine, and then the dust all flew in my apartment.
我过去3年交的房租也没有被房东用来维修。
And I know that the rent increase I paid in the past 3 years was not used to maintain and repair.
但是今年的副市长来看后，第2天房屋局的就来检查很多违规房屋局要求整改。
But this year, after the deputy mayor, Leila Borzar, came to visit my home, the very next day, HPD inspected the building and found many violations that the landlord's ordered to correct.
Super 就怕了，让我不要打311。
And you know what the super told me? Oh, don't call 311.
但是副市长不可能每一个住客的家都去，但是住客的问题每家都有，尤其是唐人街。
The deputy mayor cannot visit every tenant's home, but the reality is that tenants everywhere experience this problem, especially in Chinatown.
房东说租金冻结就没有钱维修是假的。
The landlord says if the rent is frozen, then they won't have money for make repairs, and this is a lie.
只会让房东更贪婪。
This will only encourage landlords to speculate on our home more.
我们要求合同1年或者2年的全面免加租更安全。
So this is what I'm asking. No increases on all leases. Thank you.
Thank you.
谢谢大家。
Next, I will welcome Thomas Ortiz, Xiaokang Zhang, Linda Lin, and Wei Lu. That's Thomas Ortiz, Xiaokang Zhang, Linda Lin, and Wei Lu.
Can we get a Spanish interpreter? Thank you.
Buenas noches, Junta Directiva. Mi nombre es Tomás Ortiz, soy miembro de la organización Inquilino y Vecino. Yo vivo por 11 años en el apartamento 3A en el edificio 306 de la calle 116 Street, East Harlem.
Good evening, RGB. My name is Thomas Ortiz. I'm a member of the organization Tenants and Neighbors, and I've been living at 306 116 East 116th Apartment 3A for 11 years now in Harlem.
Les pido atentamente a la Junta Directiva que no haga aumentos en la renta y que vean todo el acoso, el problema que los inquilinos tienen que enfrentar para permanecer en sus viviendas.
I humbly ask the RGB to please not make any more rent increases this year and to please look at all of the harassment and issues that many of the tenants are having to face currently in order to remain in their living spaces.
A mi familia y para mí no nos está afectando a la falta de la reparación y más reciente se nos descompuso el refrigerador y se dañó la comida, lo cual nos ha forzado a comprar comida diariamente. El dueño fue notificado a través del HPD, pero no han mandado a nadie a inspeccionar. Tenemos muchos.
So my family and I have been deeply affected by the lack of repairs that have not been made. Most recently, our refrigerator broke down and all of our groceries actually spoiled, which forced us to have to buy food every single day. The owner has been notified by HPD, but has not responded at all and has not made any of the inspections.
Tenemos muchos problemas de reparación y infestación de cucarachas y ratones y durante el invierno pasamos sin calefacción y muchos días sin agua caliente.
We have many issues involving the repairs. We currently have roaches and vermin and all sorts of infestations. And during the winter time, we have no heat and hot water for days.
Desde septiembre hasta hoy hay más de 434 violaciones Mi situación económica, como muchos vecinos, es difícil y vivimos de cheque a cheque. En mi caso, yo soy la única persona que trabaja tiempo completo y hemos tenido aumentos en la comida, la electricidad y otros gastos y se nos hace más difícil sobrevivir.
Since September, we've logged more than 434 violations. My current economic situation is much like many of my neighbors. It is very dire. We live check to check. I am currently the sole breadwinner in the home that is working full time. And of course, we have to purchase groceries as well. The utility bills are extremely expensive. We have other expenses, so it's extremely difficult for us to survive.
Le pedimos a ustedes que nos considere y que no haga el aumento para no ser desplazados de nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias.
We humbly ask you to please consider not making any further rent increases so that we are not displaced out of our own communities. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Thomas. Next, we'll have Zhao Kang Zhang, Linda Lin, and Wei Lu.
He's first.
大家好，我是唐人街住客协会那个会员，是名字叫郑孝坑。我这个房子在唐人街美利新街，就是1994年住了30多年了。
My name's Xiaokeng Zheng. I'm a member of CAV, Chinatown Tenant Union. I've been in my rent stabilized apartment since 1994, so it's been 30-something years.
我住这里房子就是见3个房东，第一个是那个广东人，2个都是福州人，最后一个这个是18年我就装修装2次，第二次18年那个装了2万多。
Okay, so I have had 3 landlords since I moved in there, and in 2018, the conditions were so bad and the landlord refused to do any repairs, so I actually hired people I had to take on the renovation, and I spent $20K on this, on my own money, my own labor.
这个装修都是我们自己装的，那个房东3个房东都不帮你装。后来那个24年卖那个姓国的，国那个老板这个是房东买房子的时候在我旁边里面看，这个很好，这个 building 他买下来，现在买下来的是想赶我走，所以说多收房租，我装好了他就赶我走。
And then because I did my own maintenance and repairs, the conditions was actually okay. But then in 2024, when the landlord was trying to sell to someone whose name is Danny Guo, they took him to my apartment as a model unit to look at my apartment to see how well the maintenance was.
他现在来房东，现在我家里还有老鼠、嘎家，这个他都不帮你杀，只有漏水都不帮你做。
But you know what he did since he bought an apartment in 2024? The first thing he did is to start eviction case against me. And actually, Danny Guo doesn't do any repairs. I've told him to hire exterminators to repair the bathtub, and nothing happened.
现在我房子啊，该家老鼠这么多，叫下来那个卫生那个通道里面卫生也全部都没有做，我里面做，这个你看一下，我照下来给你看一下，这。
Yeah, so this is a condition in my apartment. Please take a look.
在这里。我住了这么多年，他是想加我租，不加就是想赶我走，我租那个都有交给他吧。
I pay rent on time every month, and as soon as he bought up the building, Danny Guo wants to evict me, and my case is still in housing court. He's doing this to make more money on my own home that I've lived for 30-something years, and use my own labor and money to maintain.
我最后想尤其他这个是2年免加租，我是年纪大，70多岁了吧。他现在我退休金1个月几百块吧，是尤其他政府那边免加租2年。谢谢大家。
So my demand is no rent increase on 1- and 2-year leases because I have retired and my retirement income is only several $100s, and I can no longer afford more rent increases. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
这个老板是国的那个是国的老板，那个 building 有十几个 building， 这个老板最差了，每个环境都是赶人家走。
I just want to stress his name is Danny Guo. He owns 10-something buildings in Chinatown, and he's trying to evict all Chinese tenants in these buildings.
Thank you.
谢谢。
Linda Lin.
Hello， 大家好。首先感谢每位租金评审委员会认真的倾听我们每个住客的声音，非常的感谢。OK， 我住在唐人街10几年了，是住客协会的会员。
First of all, I want to thank the board for listening to all of our tenants here and their testimony. My name is Linda Lin. I'm a member of CAV Chinatown Tenants Union, and I have lived in Chinatown for more than 10 years.
我是住在一座有100年历史的老旧的破旧的apartment里面，只有1个房间，每个月租金1300。
You can say that I live in a building with historical value. It is 200 years old. It is an aging building, and my rent is about $1,300 a month.
浴缸、厨房、饭桌一步一转身。
It's very small. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom. You turn around, it's right there.
每年还要不断的加租，经常冬天没有供暖气，楼道经常卫生没做好，回家就像走在路上，不像回家。
Rent hikes every year, and yet no maintenance is being done to the hallways or my room. When you walk in the hallway, it's like you're walking outside.
现在房租对我来说是非常大的压力。
Rent is the biggest burden in my life.
我从2019年到现在，我从来7年了还没回过国家看我的妈妈。她现在已经91岁了，很想来到美国，但是我没有这个条件租得起好的房子，大一点的给妈妈。是我非常愧疚我妈妈，妈妈是我给我生命的人，养我生我的人，我做不到。
Because of the pressures of paying rent, I have not been able to return to China to visit my mother since 2019. It has been 7 years and my mother is now 91 years old. She's the person who gave birth to me, who raised me, and if it were not for the burden of rent, that I would be able to have her here, but my living conditions are not good enough to have her here.
房子小，儿子也选择了外州打工，没有经常回来。我白天上班，晚上想妈妈想儿子，非常的思念与牵挂。
Because the cost of living here is so high, my child chose to move out of state for work. As a result, we see each other only once or twice a year. During the day, I work, and at night, I think about my mother and I think about my child, and I miss them both dearly.
我生命中最重要的2个人，我都没有能力保护他，是说明房租的太贵造成的一切原因。
The people I love are most far away, and I do not have the ability to protect them, and it is because rent is the #1 burden in my life.
亲人的聚多离少，聚少离多，造成了我精神的压抑。但是我不敢停下来工作，还要带病坚持工作，怕没钱交房租。
We spend more time apart than together. We spend more time missing each other than we are together. And yet I cannot stop working because I am close to retirement age. My ability to earn a living is limited, and I cannot stop working because then I cannot afford my rent.
所以我诚心的诚恳所有租金评审委员会的成员们，倾听我们住客的声音，理解我们的困境，4年免加租，冻结租金。谢谢大家，欢迎支持。
I demand the board listen to the needs and the desires of working class people. I demand you to freeze the rent for 1 and 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Wei Lu.
大家好，我的名叫做陆卫，我是曼哈顿唐人街租客协会的会员。我在唐人街住了6年，以下是我关心的一些问题。
My name's Wei Lu. I'm a member at Chinatown Tenant Union at CAF. I've lived in Chinatown for 6 years, and the following are some issues that I care about.
房租是我最大的支出。现在夫妇2个人都在工作，我们是工薪阶层。房租是我们收入的30%。
Rent is the biggest expense in my life. Right now, both me and my wife are still working. We're both working class, and rent takes up more than 30% of our income.
但我今年68岁了，仍然不敢退休，就是因为一退休就不够收入支付房租。
I am 68 years old, but I do not dare to retire because once I retire, I can no longer afford my rent.
会用90%的退休金来支付房租，生活上造成很大的困难。
If I retire, 90% of my retirement income will go toward rent, and this will be a really big burden on my life.
纽约的老年公寓少，抽签排期遥遥无期。
And there's simply just not enough affordable housing for seniors, and I know for a fact that the wait list will take years.
所以，我希望2年租金冻结。
Therefore, I hope we have 2-year rent freeze.
虽然租金冻结了，我们依然还是不敢退休。
Even with the rent freeze, we will not still be able to retire.
但至少我的经济压力不会再增加。
But at least this will, the rent increase wouldn't be something I have to worry about constantly.
据说过去4年，纽约房东平均收入增加了30%。
I heard that in the past 4 years, landlords' income has gone up 30%.
所以租金冻结不会损害到房东房租的收入。
Will that hurt a landlord's that much if we have a rent freeze? No.
但是会对我这样的住客很重要，因为房租的负担不会再增加了。
But that will take a huge burden off my shoulder if we can have a rent freeze. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I will welcome Magdalena Lopez, Jin Liang Zhang, Zhaoan Wang, and Ziquin Chen. That's Magdalena Lopez, Jin Liang Zhang, Zhaoan Wang, and Ziquin Chen. Is Magdalena here?
Isaiah's Giddy.
Okay. Zhaoan Wang.
大家晚上好，我叫王孝安，我住在唐人街36号拉楼街 Apartment No. 7，已经20年了。 我是唐人街住客协会会员。
Hello, everyone. My name's Xiaoan Wang. I live at 36 Lalo Street, apartment 7. I'm a member at Chinatown Tenant Union at CAF. I've lived there for over 30 years.
我的房东从2000年就开始非法逼迁我，骚扰我，2次打我，虚假诉讼把我送到房屋法庭。
Since 2020, my landlord has tried to illegally force me out. He has filed false legal claims against me and brought me to housing court. He even physically assaulted me twice.
在住房历史里面，我住在里面，房东报的是工人住房。我想提出一个问题，这是制度上的漏洞，为什么终于让房东获利，而负担了我们已经低收入的访客上，负担全部都负在我们租客上？
In a government record, it shows that my housing is a employee housing, but it is certainly not. So I want to raise a serious question. Why do these systemic loopholes end up benefiting landlords while the burden is shouldered by low-income tenants like me?
我的房子是租金稳定的房子，我是06年搬进去，原来房租才761，我搬进去06年搬进去变成1500了。
I moved in, when I moved in, the rent was 761, and somehow it went up to over 1,500.
房东乱加房租，在住客上抽血。去年评审委员会租金是4.5%，可是我住在那边将近20年，去年刚刚拿到房租，拿到房东租约，他就是说去年是11月份、1月份搬进去了，他敲取我5.25%的加租。
For example, this year, my landlord raised my rent by 5.25%. But I know that wasn't what Rent Guideline Board voted on last year.
我的房东名字叫叫陈忠阳，是纽约最坏的房东。
My landlord's name is Chen Zhongyang. He's the worst landlord in New York City.
房子没有吸漏水不管，到处都是蟑螂，都是老鼠，连打扫地板都不打扫，外面的楼宇相当非常脏。
There's a serious leaking issue, a lot of roaches, rats, mice, and then he doesn't ever clean or maintain the building. It's really, really dirty.
过去4年利润房东过去4年利润涨了30%。
In the past 4 years, landlord's income went up 30%.
我强烈要求2年免加租，因为加租只会使房东更贪婪。
I strongly demand 2-year rent freeze because a rent increase will only encourage landlords to be more greedy.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
谢谢。
Jin Liang Zhang.
OK， 大家好，我叫江金亮，是唐人街住客协会会员。
Hello, everyone. My name's Jinliang Zhang. I'm a member at CAF.
自从1995年住在唐人街，到现在为止31年了。
I've lived in Chinatown since 1995, so it's been 31 years now.
我们是租金稳定的房子，刚搬进来是500块，到现在已经涨到1200了。
rent stabilized apartment, in the same rent stabilized apartment, when I first moved in, the rent was $500, and now it's gone up to $1,200.
虽然房租很贵，但是我们每一个月都按时付房租。
Even though the rent is high for me, I always pay my rent on time every month.
从这个新的房东2024年买下来我们的那栋楼，刚买下来3个月，他说我们都是福州人，我给你3000块钱，让你们搬走。
Remember the same Danny Guo? He bought my building too in 2024. And within 3 months, you know what he told me? We're all Chinese. I give you 3,000 and you move out.
但是我没有同意，我只想要一个完整的家，稳定地住下去。
But I didn't agree because all I wanted is a stable home and continue living there with security.
他说：“我有律师，我可以告你们，让你们搬走。”
He said, I have a lawyer. I will take you to court until you move out.
然后他就带我们上法庭，说我不住在里面。
Then he took me to court claiming that I do not live in the apartment that I've lived in for 31 years.
他把我们住了30多年的家当成自己赚钱的工具。
This is because he treats our home as a tool to hoard his wealth.
我们过了2年，卫生间漏水，门窗坏掉，蟑螂老鼠蟑螂非常多。
Over the past 2 years, we have serious issues: bathroom leakage, door and window broken, rats, cockroaches everywhere.
冰箱坏掉，打房东电话，他从来都没有理。
The refrigerator is broken and the toilet's broken. When we call the landlord, he doesn't respond at all.
他只知道加租，我们退休金现在都不够付房租了。
All he knows is to raise the rent. And our retirement income is now barely enough to cover the rent.
我要求2年免加租。
This is why I'm asking for a 2-year rent freeze.
让房东应该做到维修。
And holding the landlords accountable.
我知道房东不做维修，不是为了做不起。
I know the landlords are not doing repairs, not because they cannot afford it.
Thank you for your testimony.
他有钱买这一栋楼，就有钱维修。
If he has the wealth to buy off my building, then he has the money to do the repairs.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Next, I will call up Zi Quan Chen, Mingjiang Yang, Yu Chun Zhang, and Xiaoling Zhang.
大家好，我是唐人街住客协会会员陈志群。
Hello, everyone. My name's Zhiqun Chen. I'm a member at CAV.
我2005年住进唐人街这栋房子，
I moved into my apartment in 2005.
以前我做装修商工人，做了10来年，后来生病了。
I worked as a construction worker and handyman for over 10 years, and then I got sick, so I could no longer work.
我住的房租 房子房租要付1100块。
My rent is $1,100 a month.
我的每月退休金只有470。
My monthly income is only $477.
付不起房租，所以愿望政府要给低层工人阶级的免加租。
This is why I'm asking the government to freeze the rent for the working class people and low-income people like me.
希望政府有严加监管房东，房东要有充足的暖气供应。
Landlords must provide adequate heat during the winter, and this is why I'm asking Rent Guideline Board to hold landlords accountable.
到了冬天，暖气供应不足，会冻病老人和孩子。
Because in my building, there's not enough heat, and I know that elderly people and children will get sick.
政府要严厉要求房东卫生工作、老鼠、蟑螂和房子的维修。
I'm also asking basic repairs, just like extermination of rats and cockroaches, regular maintenance and cleaning.
还有冰箱坏了，要帮房客换冰箱。
And when appliance like refrigerator break down, I ask them to replace it.
这几件事都是我们工人阶级的守望。
These are just basic necessities for us working class people.
房东的收入是蛮高的，前4年收入涨到30%。
And I know that landlord makes a lot more than us. Just in the past 4 years, I heard that there's a 30% increase.
他们不是没有钱，他们是不管低收入人民的生活。
I know that they have the money, they just don't care about the struggles that we have.
加租也没有给我们做维修的工作。
Even with the rent increase, there were not adequate maintenance and repairs.
政府必须要给我们4年免加租。
That's why we deserve a 2-year rent freeze.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mingjiang Yang.
大家好，我叫杨明祥，住在125马里逊街3号，已经住了10几年了。
My name's Mingxiang Yang. I live at 125 Madison Street, apartment 3, for decades.
由于这个热爱我们这个纽约这个城市，环境优美，舍不得离开。
Because I really like New York City. This is a really good place for me. I love Chinatown. I am reluctant to leave New York.
对我们老人家这个来说，这里是交通很便捷，人文语言沟通方便，看医生护诊都更加便利。
It's really easy to get around here. It's easier for me as a senior to talk to my doctor in my neighborhood and then get medical appointments on time.
为本人这个经济收入不佳，靠政府福利补贴一小部分维持生活，租金只能靠女儿负责。
My financial situation isn't great. I rely partially on government assistance to support my basic living expense, and my rent is mainly paid by my daughter.
所以现在有许多这个房东不愿意租给老人家居住， 地产这个租金逐年这个提高，加重我们租客的经济负担。
Another reason I live with my daughter is this time a lot of landlords actually are unwilling to rent to seniors, and at the same time housing costs continue to rise every year. My daughter's also working class. She's also has a family to raise, so all the increasing rent, tenants have to shoulder them.
例如，我们25年租金为1384.8元，26年我们租金就变成为1426.34。
For example, in 2025, my rent was $1384.80, and in 2026, it increased to $1426.35, and that is a lot for me.
每月租金就增长到这个41块5毛4，提高了30%。
This is a $41.54 increase a month. That's about 33%. That's 3%. And that's a lot for us working class people.
造成我们这个租客负担，电费、煤气费、物价等上涨。
And on top of that, electricity, gas, general cost of living are also going up, and this is a huge burden for us.
因为我的女儿现在也有她的家庭，她在这个餐馆工作，收入有限，也没有办法长期给我们老人付这个房租。
My daughter works in a restaurant, and she also has a family, and I know that she cannot pay my rent long term.
我们要求这个免加租，为我们低收入的老人撑腰打气，过上安居乐业的生活。
We're asking for a rent freeze to support low-income seniors like myself so we can live with dignity and stability.
Thank you for your testimony.
我的房东现在有211座的楼宇，他们没有经济困难。我有经济负担，我呼吁租金评审委员会必须通过2年的免加租。谢谢。
My landlord owns 211 buildings. He doesn't face financial hardship like me. So that's why I strongly urge Rent Guideline Board to approve a 2-year rent freeze. Thank you.
Thank you. Yu Chen Zhang, followed by Xiaoling Zhang.
Uh, 我叫郑玉春，今天我和住客协会一起来到这里。我住在221号 Henry 街3B。
My name's Yuchun Zheng. I live at 221 Henry Street. I came with CAF today.
我今天来到这里是要呼吁租金评审委员会对1年和2年租约实行租金冻结。以下是我关心的一些问题。
I came here today to ask for a 2-year rent freeze, and here's why.
我在这个唐人街单位住了30年，一直按时付房租，但房东从来没有做过装修或者维修。
I've been in my same apartment in Chinatown for 30 years. In the past 30 years, the landlord has basically never done any maintenance or repairs.
我多次反映。厨房水龙头漏水，厨房和卫生间墙壁脱落，灶台和门窗都很破旧。
I've reported multiple times leaking pipes, peeling paint in the kitchen and bathroom, broken and outdated windows, and the stoves are also really, really old.
我找过 Super， 他让我找房东，他们互相踢皮球。因为没人负责维修，30年来，
所有维修都是我自己做的。唐人街很多都是这样。
When I asked my super, he asked me to go to find landlord, so they pass the ball to each other, and nobody takes responsibility. So I ended up fixing everything on my own time, labor, and money, and I know that a lot of tenants in Chinatown do the same thing.
我自己做维修还要涨租，过去4年就涨了12%，这对于我们工人阶级住客真的很不公平。
Even though I'm the one who did all the repairs and maintenance, my rent's still going up. And how is that fair for us working class tenants?
现在房东是想驱赶我，把我带上法庭。第一次上庭，他自己撤诉了，现在又再次起诉我。
And now my landlord's taking me to court to evict me. Last year, he took me to court and he dropped the case himself. But this year, he started the case again.
他这样做的目的是为了驱赶我，把房子租给更高租金的租客。
And I know that he's doing this because he's trying to push me out so he can rent it to someone who's going to pay much higher rent.
我的房东有3栋大楼。有钱雇地产公司请律师才驱赶和骚扰住客，不做维修。
And he speculate on my home. My landlord owns 3 buildings. He has money to hire real estate companies, management. He has money to hire lawyers to evict me.
我们工人阶级辛苦工作，就是为了付房租。我想问，这种情况为什么还要继续加租？
And he has money to drag tenants like me to court to harass me. Landlords say they don't have money to make repairs. I want to ask, why do they still need to raise the rent?
这些上庭和骚扰已经影响了我的生活，让我精神压力很大，影响我的休息和工作。
These court cases and constant harassment has caused me so much stress. It's affecting my sleep, health, and ability to focus at work.
我要求房东停止涨租和驱赶，利用法律程序骚扰像我这样的长期住客。继续涨租只会让这种情况更严重。我强烈要求未来2年免加租，谢谢。
And nobody should live with a fear like mine. And so I asked the Rent Guidelines Board to keep bad landlords in check. And more rent increases will only make my type of eviction worse because it reward landlords like mine to neglect repairs, using this complicated legal court system to push old long-term tenants and immigrants, tenants like me, out, so they can charge a higher rent. So enough is enough. We need a rent freeze now. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Jiaoling Zhang, followed by Changqing Zhang, and Kui Ying Zhang, and then Tasha Lincoln. So next is Jiaoling Zhang.
大家好，我叫张小宁，我是住在唐人街。我是唐人街住客协会会员。
Hello everyone, my name's Xiaoling Zhang. I'm a member at CAV and I live in Chinatown.
我被房东驱赶，我2020年就住在里面现在的房子里。去年房东开始驱赶我，我担心害怕，因为房东带我去上庭，影响我的工作。
I moved into my current apartment in 2020, but last year the landlord began to evict me. I'm really scared and worried, especially because I'm really scared of this legal housing court system as an immigrant, and it is affecting my work and my daily life.
我想要在唐人街住下去，安居乐业，房租稳定，不受房东驱赶，房子应该是我们的家。
I just want to be able to stay in Chinatown and live a stable life because housing is a basic human right. Only with secure and stable rent and no constant fear of being pushed out of my neighborhood, my home, will make us feel safe and peace.
租金评审委员会应该达到我们的要求，2年免加租。
So this is why I'm asking a 2-year rent freeze, and thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chongqing Zhang, followed by Qiying Zhang, and Tasha Lincoln.
好，大家好，我叫郑昌庆，我是住在唐人街，我是住客协会会员。
Hello everyone, my name's Changqing Zheng. I'm a member at CAV and I live in Chinatown.
我93年来到美国，是住在唐人街，以前在一厂做工。
When I first came to the United States in 1993, I worked as a garment worker.
后来一厂经济不好，有了关闭了，后来到外州仓管工作。
And then those factories closed down, a lot of people lost their jobs. After that, I worked in other states.
2003年我要回到纽约唐人街。
And I returned in 2003.
我住在旅社型的公寓。
I live in one of those apartments that's called single room occupancy.
房屋卫生，也很差，蟑螂也很多，房东也随便也都不管理也不理你。
If you don't know what that is, basically I room with other people. I rent a bed. And in these buildings, the conditions are really terrible. There are water leaks, pest issues everywhere. And the landlord actually doesn't take any responsibility and ignore any repairs needed.
冬天没有暖气，要打好几次电话，房东才过来帮忙维修。
In winter, there's no heat, and I have to call many times before someone will come and check out the problem.
以前床位每位一天晚上就15至20，现在涨到一位25块。
In the past, rent for me in these SROs, a bed costs $15 to $20 per night. And 2 years ago, the rent went up $25 per night per bed.
就这样，我的房租又涨了150块。
And just like that, my rent increased by $150 a month.
我到了退休年纪了，要在餐馆做工，因为在纽约住房很贵。
And I'm at an age I should retire, but I still have to work in restaurants because rent is just really expensive in New York.
因为我的租房经济负担很严重。
And this is a huge burden on me.
因为我没有身份，害怕去检查身份。
As someone who's undocumented, the fear of ICE raids are just daunting.
怕遇到这种麻烦，前段都没有出去做工。
And I'm really afraid that this will happen to me, and because of that, I haven't been able to work recently.
会影响我的收入，我没有身份，没办法享受各种退休和福利。
And this affects my income and my ability to pay rent. And then without legal status, I also cannot assess retirement benefits and social support.
Thank you for your testimony.
而且现在物价很高，如果再涨租，房租不稳定，我的经济负担更严重。
At the same time, the cost of livings keep going up. If rent goes up again, and then my housing will become even more insecure.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
要求市政府重视这种住房问题，租金免加租，减少住客的经济负担。
So this is why I'm asking for rent freeze. This will ease the burden, financial burden for immigrant tenants like me.
Thank you for your testimony.
OK， 谢谢。
Kui-Ying Zhang, followed by Tasha Lincoln, then Joanne Scott, and Karina Ordonez.
嗨，我是张秋英，我是唐人街住客协会的会员。
My name's Kui-Ying Zhang. I'm a member at CAV.
我在唐人街apartment里面住了39年，我的房子是租金稳定的。
I've lived in my apartment for 39 years, and my apartment's rent stabilized.
过去4年，房东收入上涨的30%，我们过去4年加租还要加12%。
Over the past 4 years, landlord income gone up 30%. This means us tenants have to shoulder their profit.
这对我们工人阶级住客来说很不公平。
This is really unfair for us working class people.
特别是我们的楼有12户都是唐人街的老住客，我们的楼宇里面非常破旧，房东在里面从不装修。
Especially in my building, there are 12 households, all long-term Chinese tenants like me, and the conditions are terrible inside. Landlord actually just doesn't do anything inside the building.
老鼠蟑螂很多，墙壁脱落，垃圾不清理。
It's really poorly maintained. There are rats and cockroaches everywhere, peeling paints, and no proper cleaning of trash.
可是，房东只是在外面装修一下，就加了我 MCI。
But my landlord only did some minor cosmetic work on the facade of the building, and boom, all of us tenants have to pay an additional MCI, which is major capital improvement.
但是维修都是住客自己承担，我们住客他们里面内部没有装修就享受不到。
But what about the repairs that we need in our apartments, inside our apartments? We actually never get to enjoy the repairs and all the things that we have to do on our own.
根本没有道理加租，加租只会助长房东的财富和贪念。
So this means there's no excuse for more rent increase because rent increase will only encourage landlords to keep using these loopholes to do more things and speculate on our home to make money.
我的房租要女儿和我一起才能付得起。现在物价这么贵，房租不应该再上涨。
I have to pay rent with my daughter. Only our combined income means that we can stay in our home. And now the cost of living is also going up.
政府应该做到让住客安居乐业，所以我要求是2年都免加租，房东做好该做的维修，让我们的卫生好。
So I hope the government play the role that's supposed to, so tenants can live in stability. I'm calling for 2-year rent freeze, and landlords do the repairs that needed, and actually they just do their job that they are responsible for. And this way, us tenants can live in safety and dignity.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If I call your name, please make your way to the mic. Tasha Lincoln, Joanne Scott, Karina Ordonez, Ann Perryman. If I called your name, you come on up to the mic, and when you're ready, just let me know who you are. Tasha, Joanne, Karina, or Ann?
Ann. Yeah.
When you're ready, Ann.
Should I go?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening and thank you. I'm Ann Perryman, an Upper West Side renter for more than 50 years and president of the Association of Tenants at Lincoln Towers. I represent the remaining 150 tenants in the 8 Lincoln Towers that are co-ops now. I'm here this evening to urge the members of the Rent Guidelines Board to freeze the rents on 1- and 2-year leases. May I tell you why? Since the 1960s, we have been part of the rebuilding of the Upper West Side. We've worked here, raised our kids here, and through bad times and good, we supported our schools, libraries, performing arts, and stores. We continue to contribute to the civic, religious, and social life in our community. We're able to do all of this for one main reason: rent stabilization. Rent stabilization enabled us to live and work in this great city. We did have successful careers, but our wage-earning days are over. We get by on our pensions and Social Security. Being old, I'm 85, and living on a fixed income is not easy in New York City. We can't afford those Broadway tickets and $40 entrees. On a personal note, I lost my primary care physician recently when he became a concierge doctor, charging $3,000 a year for the privilege of seeing him. The ACP Realty Group, our landlord, in co-op parlance, the sponsor, treats us reasonably well at Lincoln Towers, as they should. They are a large real estate corporation with offices on Park Avenue. They are thriving. And when we die off at Lincoln Towers, they sell our apartments for a whole lot of money. We love New York. We love our neighborhood. We love our Muslim mayor and our Jewish bagels. And we just want to live here until we die.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Tasha, Joanne, or Karina, whoever is next.
Good evening. My name is Karina, and I am here to testify on behalf of my loved ones who cannot be here to speak for themselves in fear of getting their visas taken away or due to the lingering effects of ICE in our communities uptown. In the case of my friend Jonathan, his name has been changed to protect his privacy. Many young adults and families within Harlem and Washington Heights are living with student, artist, or work visas or are undocumented. I've watched Jonathan work tirelessly for students who are in a similar situation as him. I've watched him set up Know Your Rights classes, run spaces for immigrant students and youth, and put together resources for young people affected by ICE. For 22 years, his family lived in an apartment in Washington Heights. It was the only home that they had ever known upon coming to America for a better life amongst their home country's financial crisis caused by the very same country that we all live in today. Yeah. Like many of us, his childhood home served as a beacon of hope and a sanctuary for all those who lived there. However, due to our current president's immigration policies, they have left their apartment out of fear, leaving Jonathan there by himself with his student visa. They dream of coming back one day with the rising rent as well as the exploitation of undocumented families that many people are all too familiar with. He fears that he will not be able to stay there. Housing should be a human right, especially by those directly affected by the systems that displaced them for their countries of origin in the first place. People like Jonathan, those essential workers who dedicate their lives serving the community and the next generation, should never have to worry about being displaced once again. As you listen to these testimonies, remember those who have only wanted a better life for their loved ones and who have gone through every extreme to ensure that. Jonathan's family and the families of countless other immigrants deserve to rest. It is your duty to ensure that they can. And as a proud daughter of immigrants, I ask that for a rent rollback. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Tasha or Joanne?
Joanne.
Yes, when you're ready.
I guess this is high enough. Yeah. Okay. Good evening. My name is Joanne Scott, and I am here representing 2186 Fifth Avenue Tenant Association. After cumulative rent increases of 12% over the past 4 years, I am here to tell you that we need a rent freeze or a rent rollback. Why? First, personally for me, I am retired and on a fixed income, as are many in my building, as well as across the Lenox Terrace 6-building complex. And we simply cannot afford another increase. With the price of groceries, utilities going through the roof, young people starting out cannot afford even a studio apartment, which is circulating $2,000 per month. Many of our residents are city workers, and their pay increases over the same number of years are nowhere close to 12%. It is not unusual now for rent-stabilized tenants to pay half or more of their income in rent. That is now how the system was designed. That is now not how the system was designed to be. It was designed to maintain affordability for average New Yorkers. Also, with the number of homeless families and individuals living in shelter, somewhere in the area of around 100,000 people, the need for a rent freeze or rollback should be very clear. Landlords are making profits through the roof and tenants are suffering. Our position is this: there is nothing that this landlord or any other landlord that we know of across the neighborhood or across the city who needs a rent increase this year or even next year. The rents have been raised enough over 4 years to justify, in our opinion, or a rent freeze for the next 4 years. Seniors, even those on SCREE, with the current cost of living, need supplementary support for groceries.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Kevin McAnerny, Sue Sussman, Zena Gonzalez, and Maria Farinol Perez. Please make your way to the microphone. Kevin McAnerny, Sue Sussman, Zena Gonzalez, and Maria Farinole Perez. If you're any of those names and you're coming up, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to go to the next group. Okay. Ann Schutzberger, Derek James Tempro, B. Bousset, and Bree H. Kazmak.
Is this the right? I feel like I'm too tall for this, but thanks. Hi, my name is Britt Carey Kazmak. I live at 23 East 124th Street with my daughter who has chronic medical conditions. I feel like my apartment is like the non-biblical 10 plagues at this point. It's completely corroded. We had a ceiling partially collapse in our bathroom with water intermittently pouring out for 7 months with mold. I went to court. We have 38 violations. And my landlord got away with murder. He lied about being at my house when he wasn't, when I put in something for contempt. And when they finally agreed to eradicate the mold, they ripped down walls and risers that are over 100 years old. so I'm probably standing here now with asbestosis of the lungs. These are 21 letters from my daughter's doctors. I would just like to read a short excerpt, please. I am writing in support of my patient Stella and her mom, Britt Kazmak. It is medically necessary and critical for the appalling conditions in their apartment to be addressed. Stella is currently admitted at Cornell's Komansky Children's Hospital and is in significant pain and is at risk for bowel obstruction. This admission is directly caused by the uninhabitable condition of the family's apartment. When we talk about warranty of habitability, that is every tenant's right. And there's so much of us living in uninhabitable apartments. Raising rent and not having a rent freeze or a rent rollback is criminal. And I beg you for all New Yorkers to please do a rent rollback. And if you cannot do that, please, 1 year leases, just like rent freeze on 1 or 2 year rent leases.
Thank you for
Sorry,
your
I'm
testimony.
nervous, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Hey y'all, I'm B, she, they, and I'm here on behalf of the 580 Tenant Association. I am supposed to be in a rent stabilized unit, but the nefarious management company, Big City Realty, gave me a lease at a market rate with no protections, and only after requesting my rental history from the DHCR did I discover that I was being illegally overcharged alongside most of my fellow neighbors and tenants in the building. The prices keep going up, and in most cases, we've seen the increases have not only been unsustainable, but illegal, some being as high as 8% on units that are supposed to be stabilized. Not only that, but we've seen little to no capital improvements in the building, and the management company allowed the complex to fall into foreclosure, so now we have been left to negotiate with the receiver, that is Estate Realty. So we're trying to rectify over a decade of neglect and robbery that is for a company that doesn't even manage the building anymore. At this point, we have been forced to strike and we are not planning on paying anymore. And we need more protections and we need a rent rollback on 1 and 2 year leases, on all leases for rent stabilized units, and further protections for tenants that they don't end up in these positions in the first place, paying 3 times the legal amount that they're supposed to be paying.
Thank you. Ann Schutzberger, Derek James Tempro, Olga Trujillo, Malicio Mendoza, and Adam Blazage. I'm going to say those one more time, then move to the next group. Ann Schutzberger, Derek James Tempro, Olga Trujillo, and Malicio Mendoza. Okay. Adam Blazage, Grace Smith, Ann Perryman, who I think we heard from. We have a double. Catherine Marrow, and Kiana Ziad Kanpour.
Good evening, and thank you, RGB, for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Grace Smith. I am here with Tenants and Neighbors. I am also producing Where Else Is This Happening?, a documentary about the New York City housing crisis. And I am a tenant on East 117th Street in a building operated by HF Realty. I am testifying today because what is happening in my building reflects a broader problem affecting rent-stabilized housing across New York City. Legal protections exist on paper, but enforcement often fails in practice. My apartment shows signs of irregular and improper rent registration, and there are also concerns regarding potential illegal deregulation practices. What makes this especially troubling is that these issues appear to have continued even after the Attorney General investigated this landlord portfolio and ordered more than 20 units across these properties to be restored to rent-stabilized status. The broader pattern is equally concerning. Since 2007, this portfolio has experienced an estimated net loss of 134 rent-stabilized units, losing 155 units while gaining only 21. One building alone lost 26 rent-stabilized units in the past decade. Meanwhile, tenants are living in unacceptable conditions. During the multiple polar vortex winters, my building experienced long durations with no heat and no hot water. Over 20 complaints were filed to HPD. The property received also a violation for failing to post required rent stabilization information in common areas, yet it also has been found listed online as a condo development. At least 1/3 of the building is currently vacant, with those units reportedly delisted when management took over the property in 2005. I'm calling on the Rent Guidelines Board to commission annual studies examining both landlord profits and tenant household budgets. The board cannot make informed decisions by looking at only one side of the equation. From what many tenants are experiencing, landlords have continued to generate significant profits while housing conditions deteriorate and residents struggle to keep up with the cost of living.
Thank you for your testimony.
A freeze prevents conditions from getting worse financially for tenants, but it does not address the years of increases many tenants have already absorbed while living in poorly maintained buildings.
Thank you.
This is why I support a rent rollback. In addition to any rent action that is to be done, a period of auditing and enforcement has to be done by HPD and DHCR.
Thank you for your testimony.
We need these landlords and these properties to be revised. We are organizing, the media is reporting, but these loopholes keep getting abused. I am so sorry for going over my time. Thank you, RGB.
Thank you. Catherine Marrow, Adam Blazage, Kiana Ziad-Kimpor, Christina Maria Lopez. If I called your name, please come up to the microphone, any of those names.
My name is Christina Maria Lopez, and today marks 2 years and 41 days since my grandmother died, and I'm still advocating for my rent-stabilized tenant rights instead of being able to grieve in peace. Why? Because I'm a rent-stabilized tenant in a co-op conversion that my family has lived in since the 70s, prior to conversion near here in Morningside Heights on 111th Street on Broadway, where I've had a bedroom my whole life, and my landlord has refused to provide my lease renewal. When I submitted rent-stabilized succession documentation shortly after my grandmother died in May 2024, my landlord began a holdover eviction that's still ongoing. The person you see here is not the same person who had to call the suicide hotline after I dealt with private investigator harassment after litigation already began. I know my rights now thanks to the Upper Manhattan Tenant Union and the Goddard Riverside Law Project. The stress of landlord-led adjournments in my housing court case has become a normal part of my life. Landlords like mine leave repairs off not just for years, but for decades. They push lease writers that rent-stabilized tenants are not bound to as an intimidation tactic. They expect us to not know our rights and not fight for quality of life in our homes. There's less than a handful of rent-stabilized families left in my 51-unit co-op conversion filled with shareholders. Tenant repairs are ignored while real estate listings often list units as having the lowest maintenance fees in the area when selling to potential buyers, and the cooperative as having healthy financials. One of the last vacated rent-stabilized units was bought by someone who was already a shareholder, now a co-op board member. Amongst the many HPD violations is one for lack of proper notice regarding rent stabilization law. I'm tired of living like there's $1 million target on my back because of real estate speculation, the treatment of housing as a commodity, and gentrification in my neighborhood. I urge you to freeze or roll back the rent because this will help prevent the further displacement and mistreatment of generational working class tenants of color like myself from the neighborhoods our families have called home for decades. I paid my rent on time, in my name, on my account for years, only for my landlord to block my rent payments and act like they've never heard of me when it came time to provide my succession lease. I am the last Afro-Latina rent-stabilized tenant left in my building in a neighborhood that was once filled with many more people like me. Our elders deserve to age in peace, and our young people deserve to grow up with a sense of belonging. We've been here, and we're still here. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Harris, Chaplain Warren Riley, Isaiah Giddy, and Soledad Heron.
Isaiah Giddy? Well, he can.
Either one, just let me know.
You can go ahead. Go ahead.
Alan Harris.
Thank you, Alan, when you're ready.
I'm a tenant at 122 East 76th Street. My wife and I are 50-year rent-stabilized tenants. Our landlord is Lenox Hill Hospital. 1969, they bought the building for $1 million. If they can get the last two remaining tenants out of the building will be valued at $95 million. They don't pay any taxes. They bought the apartment from taxpayers, real landlords, and now they don't pay, would be $2 million this year. So the taxpayers of the city have to pick that up. They don't abide by the mixed use variance of the building. They hold seven. They from 1969 to 1989, they squatted hospital offices in the building. In 1989, they applied for a mixed use building. It was granted even though they had a legal status in the building, and they don't maintain and as they're obligated to rent any apartments. In fact, they haven't rented an apartment since 1969. I'm currently in court fighting against eviction. It's just, I feel like I'm dealing with outlaws, and there is no recourse. There's no way to depend on any outcome as being, just. Here we have a board that governs the rentals of people, but there's nobody governing the landlords. So it just doesn't seem something that can be wholeheartedly swallowed whole. Well, that's 4 seconds.
Thank you, Alan.
You're welcome.
Isaiah?
Isaiah Giddy, I want to thank the RGB for your time, and I want to go ahead and just read this small note that I wrote. Good evening, my name is Isaiah Giddy, and I'm a rent-stabilized tenant from the Bronx. Before considering any rent increase, I asked the Rent Guidelines Board to first address the thousands of tenants who may already be paying illegal rent due to the rent overcharge, inaccurate apartment registrations, and years of weak enforcement. I also asked the board in New York State to open the books and require greater transparency from the landlords who claim financial hardships. If landlords are seeking rent increase based on losses, the losses should be independently verified. The public deserves to know the true financial conditions of these buildings before tenants are asked to pay more. Many landlords have benefited from tax breaks, tax abatements, preferential rent programs, and other public subsidies. At the same time, tenants have seen apartment deregulation, destabilization, or removed from affordability protection. Before approving rent increase, the state should verify whether landlords are accurately reporting their finances and whether public benefits are being used as intended. For years, some landlords have registered apartments with DHCR at rents that tenants later discover were inflated and based on questionable increases. Too often, these registrations are accepted without meaningful reviews, and the burden falls on the tenant to uncover decades of rent history that fight complex legal battles. I am particularly concerned about the impact of immigrant communities, including undocumented New Yorkers. Many tenants face language barriers, fear for retaliation, and lack of access to legal assistance. As a result, some are afraid to challenge illegal rent increase or report housing violations. This allows unlawful practices to continue affecting individuals like myself and many others who simply want to live in a safe, stable, and affordable housing. Before approving higher rents, the city and the state should strengthen oversight, investigate, and rent overcharge, audit questionable registration, verify landlord financial claims, and hold bad actors accountable. Tenants deserve the confidence that their rent are being paid. It's legal, and they're asking for is being asked to pay for more legally tenants being paid today.
Thank you, Isaiah.
Anyway, again, I want to thank you all for your time. I know it's kind of late, but please consider us that we're here and really ask the landlords to open the books. Maybe it's something that we need to go ahead and do because like somebody else said, you guys are just listening to one side, right? But let's financially, when I rented my apartment, I had to show paperwork.
Thank you,
The same way the landlords want more money, let's open their books.
Thank you.
All right? Thank you.
Last call for Chaplain Warren or Soledad Heron. Sandra Jean Bart, Rogal Rivas, Trina Cimarile, and Mary Anderson. Please make your way up to the microphone. I'm going to call that group one more time. Sandra Jean Bart, Trina Cimarile, Rogal Rivas, and Mary Anderson. When you're ready.
I'm Trina Cimarile. I live in Hell's Kitchen. People without homes will not quarrel with their leaders. This is well known among our principal men now engaged in forming an imperialism of capitalism to govern the world. By dividing the people, we can get them to expend their energies in fighting over questions of no importance to us, except as teachers of the common herd. That's J.P. Morgan. This is the practice and principle not only of landlords and developers, but the politicians who have aided them to arbitrarily and improperly inflate rents, not in keeping either with the actual rules of the RGB or their actual expenses while crying poor and routinely lying about profits. Every mayor since Mayor Koch has had the goal of removing people, particularly from Manhattan, so that they can turn it into a playland for the rich, the ultra-rich. Giuliani and Bloomberg were especially adept at this, as was Adams. Bloomberg actually used September 11th recovery funds to build ultra-luxury housing. Tenants, including small business commercial tenants whose rent controls were undermined and removed years ago, need immediate relief in the form of no rent increases for either 1 or 2 year leases. Certainly a rollback is better. Approximately 3.5 to 4 years ago, my building was sold, and 5 tenants, 5 apartments, were forced out by refusal to renew their leases. They requested permits for minor repairs, and then they gut renovated those 5 apartments. One of my neighbors is still fighting eviction after discovering that the last landlord had illegally destabilized the apartment. I've been without a stove for nearly 4 years because the landlord, and I quote, does not want to spend the money to provide me with an electric, I need the wiring changed so that I can have an electric stove. And this is despite being notified that it's required as a disability accommodation.
Thank you, Trina.
Roll back the rents, please.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandra Jean Bart. I'm a WASNA member at West Side Alliance neighborhood. I'm here today because my son, Style Shepherd, who was here, but he's disabled, so he had to leave. He was in pain. I have one of his art. He's an artist. Also, he's a caregiver, and the reason why is because when he had applied for SSI, he lives in a rent-stabilized building in Midtown, he was denied. So I'm here because he comes to me. I'm his mother, and he comes to me, and he's always saying that he's hungry. He can't pay his bills because his income He has to give his entire income for his rent. He has like $300 left. He has to pay his phone. He's really struggling. I'm from a rent-stabilized building. For about 40 years, I lived in Midtown Manhattan, and I worked for the Department of Buildings. I'm retired, and I always had to work overtime to keep up with my bills. But my son is disabled. He can't do that. And I have to help him as a retired city worker, as a government official. I don't make a lot of money from NYCH's pension. So for me to help myself and to help my son, it's a struggle. And I'm a housing advocate because I'm trying to help people stop getting evicted. I do go to court. You've probably seen me on TV, rallies, the rip-off. I'm trying my best to help others and help my family. I have a cousin that lives in Brooklyn. She's in a rent-stabilized building. Mice is running all over her apartment. I'm the one who told her, go to court for HB action. She's living paycheck to paycheck. I'm keep like zelling her, she's zelling me back. It's crazy how we're living. It's not right. I can't even live in peace anymore as a retired person. Now my son, he's struggling too. Yesterday, for example, he bought a sandwich. He came over to my house. I asked him for a bite of that sandwich. He said, Mom, if I give you that bite of a sandwich, I don't even know where my next meal is coming. This broke my heart. We can't live like this. The 4 years rent increase, I left my son in that rent-stabilized apartment in Midtown Manhattan thinking that he can continue doing his art. You know, he has a heart monitor, he has neopathy, he can't even walk. I don't know what to do.
Thank you for your testimony.
Please, if you can freeze the rent, I deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
Last call for Mary Anderson and Rogal Rivas. If you're here, please make your way up.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Mary Anderson. I am a rent-stabilized tenant. My building is now owned by the sons of the original landlord. Since they took over, there has been a continuous deterioration of the building. They were toddlers when I moved into the building, and they only owned the one building at that time. Repairs are not done in a timely manner, if at all, even those that pose a safety issue or health issue. The building is filthy, and basement garbage is always filled high without being picked up on sanitation days, and that's really, really sad. So it piles even more by the next time it's time for pickup again. Rats and roaches enjoy this and are encroaching in every part of the building. Safety issues such as broken locks on the entrance doors, broken windows in apartments, and non-functioning elevators are consistent issues. Increasing the rent does not seem to be the answer since repairs are not getting done. Also, I wanted to add that I and the other tenants in the building have been calling 311 for not only these issues, but the entire winter that was so cold, and even into the spring. We were calling 911 every day for no heat and no hot water. You know, this is really, really unhealthy. You know, I, for instance, have severe osteoarthritis and asthma, and both of those diseases are, are affected by cold, no matter, whether it's cold weather outside or freezing apartment inside.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. When you're ready.
Hi, my name is Royal, and I'm 9 years old. And I want to freeze the rent because back when my great-grandma was alive, she was ripped off from her rent because the landlord was making her pay $900 and change, and really the rent was $300 and change. And also, I hope everybody in this auditorium that voted for the freeze the rent, I hope they have no problem with their bill or rent, and also freeze the rent at least 2 years.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now welcome Tyler Rutledge, Michael Pfeiffer, Fior Ferreri, and Arlene Geiger. I'll call those names once more. Please make your way to the mics. Tyler Rutledge, Fior Ferreri, Michael Pfeiffer, and Arlene Geiger.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Fior Ferreri. La razón por la que estoy aquí es porque para explicarle mi situación. Yo estoy enferma.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Fior Ferri, and I'm here to talk to you about my situation. I am ill at the moment.
Yo estoy para que me frisen la renta porque lo que me dan a mí no me dan para pagarla.
I would like for my rent to be frozen because the income that I receive at the moment is not enough for me to make my rent payment.
Y el landlord no me arregla nada ni hace nada.
The landlord doesn't make any repairs and doesn't do anything at all.
Por favor, yo quiero que me frisen la renta.
Please freeze the rent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more time for Arlene Geiger, Michael Pfeiffer, or Tyler Rutledge. Okay. I'll now welcome Natasha Soto, Jeff Gold, Styles Shepard, and Michelle Asaberto. That's Natasha Soto, Jeff Gold, Styles Shepard, and Michelle Asaberto.
Good evening. My name is Michele Alberto. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment in Harlem East. In 2024, the landlord increased the rent, and the reason is that now we have a terrace in the building. I've seen the terrace, and there is nothing there. And also from the satellite images you get on Google Maps, you can see that nothing has changed on the terrace. Talking with the super, it turns out that what really changed is just that a door was closed, and now it is open during the summer months. I trust that the property owner, the Greenwood management, that manages many luxury buildings across Manhattan, I think they've done everything by the book. I think they've done everything that in a way that was allowed by regulations. And therefore, this is, I think, the problem, that just by turning a key and opening a door, they could increase my rent. For this reason, I'm asking you to freeze the rent until you can close, these loopholes can be closed, and because it's clearly didn't change anything, to just open a door, and that is not an improvement. And to roll back what the rent increases that were done in this regime that just allowed property owners to rein increases.
Thank you. Last call for Styles Shepard, Jeff Gold, and Natasha Soto. Okay. I will move to Margarita Toxi Navarro, Sade Amsterdam, Christopher Espinosa, and Mitch Elmar.
Hello, my name is Sade Amsterdam. I am a rent-stabilized tenant in the Bronx. I initially wasn't sure if I was going to testify tonight, but I thought it was still important that I showed up tonight. I was moved to testify after sitting behind a landlord earlier tonight who had testified, and as they were listening to tenants share their testimonies about spending 50% of their income on rent and not being able to afford diabetic supplies and medication, I heard their responses, "Not my problem, get another job." Somebody has to care. I'm asking the RGB to care. My landlord, Sus Realty Co. LLC, does not care. I've paid over $100,000 in rent within the last 5 years. In fact, my lease has not finished, so it's still 4 and some change. My landlord has received DOB violations, HPD violations, DHCR violations, and an order to correct from the housing court. And we're also in court for harassment. And I continue to pay my rent on time. I continue to pay my rent in full, regardless of the treatment that I've received from my landlord. For what? My landlord continues to raise my rent, and now he has threatened me with eviction. This is not right. This is not fair. And all of this because I have held him accountable for the repairs he has not completed. I pay my rent every month, but that is not to fund the maintenance of the building. It is to fund my displacement. So I asked the Rent Guidelines Board if you cannot do a rent rollback, to do a rent freeze, because if you don't, I'm going to continue to fund my displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Sade. Margarita Toxi Navarro, Christopher Espinoza, and Mitch Elmauer.
Hey, what's up? I'm Mitch, and I am a proud member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union. I'm a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union because when I moved into my building, shortly after I moved into my building, at 1291 Eastern Parkway, there was a fire. And there was a fire shortly after I moved into my building, and they declared my apartment and many of the other apartments unfit for human habitation. They gave us a discount, is what it meant, really. And this was in 2018. My rent then was $1,680. My rent today is $2,150. That is a 28% increase. What did the landlord do with this extra money? Did he fix the faulty wiring that caused the fire? No, he didn't. Did he fix the broken pipes? Did he even paint over the walls that were damaged by the fire? He didn't do any of that. He took out a high-interest mortgage from Santander Bank and bought dozens of buildings all over the city, including buildings on my block. I live at 1291 Eastern Parkway. He bought 1315 Eastern Parkway, 1325, 1330, 1353. And then in like 2024, he went bankrupt because he couldn't make the payments on all of his new mortgages. He was irresponsible, and that irresponsible speculation was enabled by the Rent Guidelines Board that, promised him that the rent would always go up no matter what happened. But me and my neighbors in my building and on my block and in Crown Heights are getting organized. We got organized to force the landlord to make repairs that the court ordered. We got organized to stop the evictions after 2020 when he couldn't make his mortgage payments, even after he got a handout from the state. And we are organizing now that his buildings are being foreclosed and auctioned off. We are organizing now to make sure there are no landlords on our block of Eastern Parkway.
Thank you, Mitch.
Tenant Power elected this mayor. And if this board can't give us what we need, then we, organized tenants, will smash this board. Give us a rent rollback.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now welcome Michael Cohn, or Michael Lone, I can't tell if it's a C or an L, Melinda Monteroso, Ching Wong, and Andrew Bodiford. Again, Michael Cohn or Lone, Melinda Monteroso, Ching Wong, and Andrew Bodiford. If you're any of those names, please make your way to the mic.
Okay. My name is Ching. I've lived in Harlem my whole life in the rent-stabilized apartment. My first job is a boring scientist, and my second job is to organize tenants against a scummy landlord hiding behind multiple LLCs. For years, they failed to maintain the building, which was built in 1891, caused expensive problems for themselves while trying to do damage control, doing cheap, shoddy repairs to fall apart within days, committing fraud for more money to build a portfolio, taking Florida and LA vacations, paying lawyers to help them lower their property taxes, paying lawyers to send threats and do basic reading and writing for them because they never learned how to at about $500 an hour, and setting things up for the next Nepo baby. That is the opposite of the hard work and certifications everyone tells us to have to get ahead. I have also used Newton's law of cooling to prove the building isn't using adequate heating to save a couple of bucks while the rest of us suffer. Management can't practice lead safety because it's too expensive to use certified workers for repairs. I can't have an air conditioner because of pigeons in our air shaft. I can't open the window because of bird mites. How much are landlords even putting towards repairs? In fact, I have discovered the only way to get landlords who claim financial hardship for accepting repairs to suddenly call for $400,000 for repairs is to state the elderly tenant living in a rent-stabilized apartment just died. Then they raise the rent and hope no one catches them. You don't need me to tell you that 70% of angry people in the city with nothing to lose won't take matters into their own hands because you failed your end of the social contract. My peers, who only make up 0.02% of the entire population of the United States, and the latest group to realize will be thrown under the bus in the name of profits, also feels like you've failed the end of the social contract. And I'm organizing them too. I'm here to call for a rent rollback to make you realize you need to accept social responsibility on your end and not to start an angry mob. Thank you. So pick a side.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this marathon session. I know it's difficult. My name is Michael Cohn, and I am the leader of the plunger protection team. I am a rent-stabilized tenant in the neighborhood. We're different from the plunge protection team, which is actually bankers and government people who, when the stock market crashes too quickly, they intervene to make sure that rich people don't get hurt. And I don't want to be here tonight, and I don't want to do this. I'm a tariff lawyer. I came here 30 years ago. I have a lot of stuff to do. But what I found in my building was total abuse. When I live in a building that was previously owned by Irene and Paul Bagoni. They are the biggest rent fraudsters on the Upper West Side. Paul's no longer with us. When the new people came in 2022, they weaponized construction, and they were going to shut the lights off. We heard earlier testimony about that. And so we had to organize and fight. But this building is replete with rent fraud, and the agencies have done nothing. I am here to urge the RGB tonight to freeze the rent on 3 bases: affordability, legacy rent fraud, and sclerotic Tammany Hall agencies, including Tammany Hall Housing Court, THC. So affordability. The tariffs are hurting us. It's going to get worse. The Strait of Hormuz, it's going to get worse. People are going to be suffering even more. And in this city, they're not going to be able to afford their rent. But what we know from people who wrote the musical called Rent is that it's the poor people and the starving artists who make this city interesting. There's nothing more boring than a room full of super rich people, and I've been in very many. All right? Now, that's for affordability. In terms of legacy rent fraud, it was a self-reporting system. The Bagonis faked it, and the new owners are faking it, and you need to audit. The whole city is infected with rent fraud. And finally, legacy. Finally, the Tammany Hall agencies. HPD doesn't coordinate with DEP, doesn't coordinate with DOP, and then you go to housing court, and they can call us in and they can sue us over and over and over again, according to their schedules, right? And it is killing us. And this city, the livelihood of this city, And the viability of the greatest city on earth depends upon the ability of poor people to be able to afford rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Okay. Final call for Andrew Bodiford, Melinda Monterosso. Yes.
Hello, my name is Andrew Bodiford. I'm a tenant, and I'm also a candidate for the New York State Assembly. I am here to urge you, to beg you, in fact, to freeze the rent. The rent is way too high, and as you've heard from countless working class people from all around New York City, the rent is simply the biggest burden which people have to face in the city. It, as you heard from so many people, can be up to 85% of their total expenses, even more. And the reality is that the rent is something which people cannot keep up with given the circumstances of rising costs in the world, given what you just heard, the fact that the costs of everyday essentials in New York City are going up, the costs of food, the costs of fuel, the cost of transportation. And on top of all of these costs which people have to deal with in their day-to-day life, they cannot afford a rent increase. They simply can't. And as you also heard, the lifeblood of this city relies on the people who live in it. The lifeblood of New York City is in fact the working class people of the city. It is in fact the people who live in rent-stabilized units. It is the artists, it's the workers, it's the ordinary people of New York. And without the people who actually live here being able to afford to live here, this is not going to be the same city that it would be otherwise. And it's not going to be the same city that it has been for so many years, for decades, for all of its history. It's absolutely incumbent on the board to freeze the rent and eventually to have a rollback, because the increases in costs for the last years cannot be borne by the people of New York City any longer. And so I urge you to freeze the rent and then to roll back the rent. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to read these names once more. Please come up if you hear your name. Melinda Monterosso, Christopher Espinosa, Margarita Toxi Navarro, Natasha Soto, Jeff Gold, Stiles Shepard, Tyler Rutledge, Michael Pfeiffer, Arlene Geiger, Soledad Heron, Chaplain Warren Riley, Kiana Ziad Kampur, Adam Blazage, Catherine Marrow, Ann Schutzberger, Derek James Tempro, Olga Trujillo, Malicio Mendoza, Kevin McArney, Sue Sussman, Zena Gonzalez, Maria Farinole Perez, Tasha Lincoln, Magdalena Lopez, Ramona Wooden, Frederick Miller, Guillermo Perez, Hannah Mosenthal, Amadul Jagidar, Susanna Perlman, and B. Kui Lin. Okay, thank you to everyone who's testified tonight. The next meeting of the board will be the final vote next week on the 25th. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
We're adjourned.